All right, good evening, everyone. Appreciate the patience. We got quite some paperwork here tonight. Welcome to our regularly scheduled council meeting for October 19th, 2023. Let's see, Coach Thomas, would you mind leading this invocation and pledge of allegiance, please?
Yes. Let us bow our heads, please. Most Heavenly Father, as we come at this hour in the evening, we come, Lord, with a bowed down head and, yes, Lord, a forgiving heart. We come, Lord, to truly say we thank you for the many, many blessings that you've bestowed upon each of us. I pray, Lord, that you bless each and every person, Lord, under the sound of my voice. I ask a blessing upon this meeting and blessing upon every speaker that will come here tonight. We pray, Lord, a blessing upon this parish. I ask a blessing upon our families. And, Lord God, when we have gone and said, and, Lord, I ask that you will allow us to get home safe and sound to our families. In your name we pray, and we all said amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you there, Coach. Roll call, Ms. Secretary. Please note that Mr. Robert and Mr. Lambert are absent. All other council members are present. Let's see, the chair's addition. I am going to make one small change to the agenda on general business, 9A and B. I'm going to switch those. We have our budget presentation from administration tonight. And so we'll do the renaming of the Darrow part. We'll do that before the budget presentation, and then we'll roll into that. One more addition I have is I'd like everyone to please look to your left, my right, and you will see Mr. Turner. Come on, stand up, show it to him. Look at him. Look at that mighty gator right there. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. That's what happens when you're a sporting fan and you get your butt whipped.
What's the score?
23-8. 23-8. All right. Let's see. Item number 5. Number 4. Public comment sign-in period. If anyone would like to speak, please come see Ms. McKee over here. Fill out your card. Get the item number. Whenever I get to that item, I will call you up one by one. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. For, against, or neutral, any opinion you have on that item. Look, I have a bunch of cards up here tonight, so please, if I get to an item and I accidentally get you mixed up, just let either me or Ms. McKee know. I don't want to leave anyone out. Item number 5, the parish president's report. Mr. President.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Council. We have a long agenda, so I'll keep my comments brief. A quick update on our last household hazardous materials event that was held this month. We counted 306 cars, 6,640 pounds of scrap metal, 162 tires, 3,640 pounds of lead-acid batteries, and 56 buckets of latex paint to be utilized by Habit for Humanity. It is satisfying to know these items won't end up on the roadside or in our ditches. Coming up this Sunday, Ascension Parish government, along with Our Lady of the Lake, will be participating in the Community Resource Fair. This will be held at the Gonzales Civic Center from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. Excuse me, and will feature many community partners with free food, resources, and great information. So that is this Sunday. I want to thank you, and that concludes my report, Chair.
Okay. All right. I will remind everyone we have a crazy long agenda this week. 2 weeks ago, unfortunately, I think roughly half of us were either stomach flu. So bear with us. We have an extremely long consent agenda that Ms. McKee is going to read through for us. And with that being said, Ms. McKee, take a deep breath and give it everything you got.
Adoption of regular council meeting minutes of September 7, 2023. Adoption of regular council meeting minutes of September 21st, 2023. Approval of September 12th, 2023 special council meeting minutes. Approval to introduce an ordinance on the November 5th, 2023 council meeting agenda to accept the donation of property owned by Palo Alto Incorporated and the McCall Company for the use of fire services by Fire District Number 2. Approval of Amendment Number 2 to the master contract for professional services between Ascension Parish Government and Mujo Architecture for Ascension Parish Fire District Number 1, Substation Number 41 renovations for an extension of the contract through January 31st, 2024. This amendment does not affect contract price. Approval of Amendment Number 1 to the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement with National Water Infrastructure Services for an additional amount of $70,000. The total contract amount is $994,000. Approval of the Professional Selection Committee's recommendation to select Delcom for the RFP Mechanical Services West Ascension Fire Hydrant Repair Replacement Project to enter into a service contract not to exceed $50,000 to provide construction fire hydrant services on an as-needed basis and on emergency call-outs. Approval to accept the fiscal year 2023 State Homeland Security Grant in the amount of $69,012.02 and to authorize Parish President Clint Quitmall to sign and execute all documents pertaining to this application and/or Dawn Caballero, interim CFO, for financial documents. Approval to accept the fiscal year 2023 Emergency Management Performance Grant in the amount of $56,438.85 and to authorize Parish President Clint Quitmall to sign and execute all documents pertaining to this application and/or Dawn Caballero, interim CFO, for financial documents. To amend Exhibit A on the resolution adopted on August 4, 2022 to update the recreation items regarding spending of American Rescue Plan Act funds. Approval of change order number 1, R.J. Daigle & Sons Contracting for task order 3 of the 2020 asphaltic concrete reconstruction and overlay improvements to remove 2 roads from their responsibility for overlay reconstruction, which reduces the contract amount by $186,455.42. Total contract amount is $1,073,180.03. Approval of agreement with DOTD for the local road striping and signing, Ascension Local Road Safety Program, State Project Number H015011, and approval for Parish President Clint Quitmall to execute the agreement. Approval of the renewal of the master contract for professional services between Ascension Parish Government and the Beta Group Engineering and Construction Services for geotechnical testing, budget amount of $300,000 to be shared with another provider contracted to provide these services on a task order basis. Approval of the renewal of the master contract for professional services between Ascension Parish Government and Gulf South Engineering and Testing for geotechnical testing, budget amount of $300,000 to be shared with another provider contracted to provide these services on a task order basis. Approval of the second renewal of the master contract for professional services, professional engineering support services between Ascension Parish Government and Fort and Tablada, Inc. for bridge load ratings of parish-owned bridges. The total amount of the contract is $150,000 shared between 2 providers. Approval of the second renewal of the master contract for professional services, professional engineering support services between Ascension Parish Government and Huval and Associates for bridge load ratings of parish-owned bridges. The total amount of the contract is $150,000 shared between 2 providers. Approval of change order number 7, R.J. Daigle & Sons Contractors for the US 61 and Germany Road intersection improvements, MA 1805, to add 153 additional days created by supply chain issues and receipt of traffic signal equipment, and increase the contract by $20,496.93 for a new not to exceed amount of $1,125,698.33 to paint the median and driveway islands and remove pavement markings in the intersection. Approval of change order number 1, Hendrick Construction for the PR 929 at Parker Road Roundabout Project in the Move Ascension Program, Project H006457, to reimburse the contractor for LADOTD requirement to purchase owners and contractors' protective liability insurance, which increases the contract amount by $6,335 for a total contract amount of $2,183,173.65. Approval of change order number 2, Hendrick Construction for the PR 929 at Parker Road Roundabout Project in the Move Ascension Program, Project H006457, to provide for quantity overruns and additional working days to bridge utilities by enclosing proposed site road drain with concrete pipe versus relocating them. This work increases the contract amount by $60,385.94 for a new total contract amount of $2,243,559.59. This work also adds 8 additional working days to the contract for a total of 88 working days. Approval of change order number 3, Hendrick Construction for the PR 929 at Parker Road Roundabout Project in the Move Ascension Program, Project H006457, 6457 to add pay items to mitigate unsuitable material found through excavation. This work increases the contract amount by $150,949.77 for a new total contract amount of $2,401,509.36. Approval of the legal services contract between Ascension Parish government and Mayhaw, Fondren and Blaze to provide legal advice to Ascension Parish government regarding carbon capture. The rate at which Mayhaw, Fondren and Blaze may bill the parish shall not exceed the Attorney General rate and shall not exceed $50,000. Approval of amendment number 1 to the master contract with Quality Engineering and Surveying for the Butch Gore Park renovations to include a walking trail designed for an additional amount of $5,000. The total contract amount is $137,822. Approval for the Ascension Parish Council to adopt the rate study required for the water sector grant program and to authorize Parish President Clint Quintmall to implement, sign, and execute all documents pertaining to this rate study and/or Dawn Caballero, interim CFO, for financial documents. Approval of amendment number 3 to master contract for professional services with ICE Sales and Service for SCADA support, service, and maintenance project number PUA 19001 for an extension of the contract through January 31st, 24. This amendment does not affect the contract price. Approval of change order number 7, BET Construction, for the Early Learning Center Lemon Building for additional work to add access control and security to include a new panic button system and door intercom with door release for additional costs of $80,334.58 and to extend the substantial complete date of an additional 45 days. New contract price $1,565,969.14 with a new substantial completion date of 11/18/23. Approval of change order number 8, BET Construction for the Early Learning Center Lemon Building for additional work to add HVAC modifications for an additional amount of $987.36. New contract amount $1,566,956.50. Approval of change order number 9, BET Construction for the Early Learning Center Lemon Building for additional work to add concrete beneath display windows for an additional cost of $3,289.31 and to extend the substantial completion date an additional 3 days. New contract amount $1,570,245.81 and a new substantial completion date of 11/21/23. Approval of change order number 10, BET Construction for the Early Learning Center Lemon Building for additional work to remove existing mastic for the concrete floor in order to install a new floor and add an additional 7 days to the contract term for the additional work. Additional amount of $117,933.20. The new contract amount is $1,688,179.01 and the new substantial completion date is 11/28/23.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McKee. All right, at this time, would anyone like to remove anything from the consent agenda? I believe, Mr. Ogeron.
Yes, sir. If you would, please pull F and G. I have questions for both. I'd also like to know.
Okay. All right, so we're, okay, J. Okay. All right, so, yeah, Ms. Law, you had one as well?
Yes. I'd like to remove item I.
Okay. So, Ms. Secretary, we're going to remove 6F, I, and J, and we are going to make those under general business number 9. We're going to make those, I'll tell you what, we're going to do those right before the budget presentation, which is 9B now. So we're going to make that 9A1, 9A2, and 9A3.
Chair, I'd like to remove item BB.
BB, okay. We're gonna make that 9A4. BB, boy.
Daisy.
All right, Ms. Secretary, so just for clarification, 9A1 is going to be the NWI, which is F. 9A2 is going to be item I, which is the EMPG. 9A3 would be item J, which is the ARPA. And 9A4 would be BB, which is the BET change order number 10. We're gonna have that, before the budget presentation, after the renaming of Darrell Park. Okay, Chair will now entertain a motion to move consent agenda minus those 4 items. I have a motion from Ms. Casso, a second from Mr. Mason. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. All right, item number 7, planning and zoning recommendations. Zoning review ID PZ-3267.23, Lot 2A of the Joseph and DeLone Estates for Crawfish Properties LLC, located on the west side of Highway 73, approximately 950 feet south of DePlessis Road, to amend the Ascension Parish zoning map from medium-intensity residential to mixed-use to accept or deny. I have a motion from Mr. Lawler to accept the zoning's recommendation to approve, a second from Ms. Casso. Any questions, any objections? Hearing none, so move. All right, 8, condemnation proceedings. We have Ms. Patrice Johnson here with us, our Chief Code Enforcement Officer. I will let you start with 8A. Ms. Patrice, Seabrook Road.
Good afternoon, Patrice Johnson. I'm here to present the condemnation proceedings for 36546 Seabrook Road. I do want to let the council know that I did receive a letter of no objection from Mr. Whit Brown and his wife, Ms. Janine Brown, today.
A letter of no objection
Yes, sir.
from the owners?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'm here to answer any questions.
Motion to proceed with condemnation.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Lawler, a second by Ms. Casso. Any objection, any questions for Ms. Johnson? Hearing none?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
This is an effort to continue to clean up that area that this council helped so much to get cleaned up at the corner of Seabrook and Highway 73. So I appreciate your support.
Here we go. Mr. Ogeron.
Thank you. What was the procedure that took place to advise these property owners that you were going to condemn their properties?
So if you notice that we have a timeline of exactly what we did, they received a violation notice from our office, and they had 30 days to comply. So then we did all the documentation to send them a notice to appear before council for condemnation proceedings. They received that documentation, and then it kind of opened up a dialogue to let us know like exactly what they want to do. Some people choose to have the parish demo the property, and we just place a lien and they pay the lien off. And so we asked if they have no objection to present some type of letter, just stating that they have no objection to the condemnation.
How do you know they received the notices you send out?
So, I know you would ask that, someone would ask that question. Normally, the packet is much larger. I think last time we were here, that's one thing that we talked about of how detail-oriented I was with presenting all the documentation. But due to the size of the agenda, each item had at least 30 pages. So because of the size of the agenda and the packet that you guys will be receiving, we cut it down to about 10 pages. If you'd like to see the documentation, I definitely have it with me today.
Okay, but again, I guess I'm asking, you send this notice to the property owner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Be a
How do you know they
certified,
receive it?
a certified
me?
mail.
It's in certified mail.
Send certified mail, okay, thank you.
And if we can't notify them via certified mail, you do have an issue with the postal service just tearing the back of the card off and sending it back without a signature, we do go and have them sign a certificate of receipt. I think you'll see it with the next one where we actually did that.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. I forgot from who. But, okay, from Ms. Lawler, Ms. Casso. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. 8B, let's see, condemnation proceedings for 40229 Coontrap Road. Ms. Johnson.
Okay, this is the condemnation proceedings for 40229 Coontrap Road. Included in the packet, I do have a letter of intent of no objection from Ms. Williams.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Cannavati, a second by Ms. Casso. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. 8C, 12424, Calcode, okay. I was having a brain fart, excuse me. Calcode Road, Gonzales. Ms. Johnson.
Okay, again, Patrice Johnson presenting 12424 Calco Road. Someone is here to speak. We have a property owner, he actually owns a
okay.
mobile home.
Yep.
We don't have to, I mean, they go ahead and condemn it, I don't need to say anything, that's what's gonna happen, they can condemn it, I don't care.
So I did,
Okay, I have a motion. Now,
when we spoke, prior to the meeting, he said that he would have it, you know, he requested additional 30 days. Once we condemn it, we don't touch it for 30 days. And we have 5 condemnations. I'll make sure that it's one of the last one to give him time to demo it before we do it and place the lien on the property for the cost of demolition.
okay. All right, I have a motion from Mr. Cagnolati, a second from Ms. Casso. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. 8D, 39043 Saturn Avenue in Darrow.
39043 Saturn Avenue in Darrow. I'm not sure if anyone is here to speak for this item, but I'm asking for your approval.
Do we have a property owner associated? Would y'all like to speak, please? No, okay. Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Casso to approve, a second from Mr. Cagnolati. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. 8E, 13063 Casey Road, Gonzales.
13063 Casey Road, asking for approval to condemn.
Do we have a property owner here who would like to speak on this? Okay. I have a motion by Ms. Casso, a second by Mr. Lawler. Any objection, any questions? Hearing none, so moved. All right, we're moving along to general business. So this is the new 9A, which is going to be the renaming of Darrow Park to Joseph U. Pierre Park. Mr. Turner, I'll tell you what, I'll even let you take the shirt off for your picture, the jersey.
Well, I don't think anybody's here tonight, because.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, keep it on.
We have renamed the park already. We renamed the building at, the
You
park.
really want to wear that jersey, don't you?
We renamed the building at the park. We didn't realize that the park and building were totally separate, so.
Oh, okay.
We had to go back and rename the park as well, so we're just asking, for a second on this to go ahead and rename the park as well as the building.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Turner, a second by Coach Thomas. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. All right, so now we're going to go to the 4 items that were pulled from the consent agenda. The first one is going to be formerly 6F, which is approval of amendment number 1 to the CEA with NWI for an additional amount of $70,000. Mr. Ogeron, I believe you asked for this to be removed?
I asked for it to be removed, and I see Mr. Dawson coming to the podium. Simple question. Why have we paid NWI practically $1 million to work on property that is theirs? The public voted 2.5 years ago, we want to sell this to them. We entered into an agreement. They've been maintaining it. They've been doing all of this work all this time. And yet, we're paying them to repair equipment that belongs to them. I don't understand the logic behind that process.
Okay. So we actually still own all the treatment plants, so we have, all the permits are in our name. We have to maintain them according to DEQ. What we did, though, is we entered into a contract with NWI where they would maintain those, and this was the price for it. So in this particular case, there's a provision in the contract where any capital expenditures, minor capital expenditures, over $10,000, the parish approves ahead of time, and they will do the work. So they've done several of these that amounted to less than 10,000, but they also did several that amounted to more than 10,000. So that's what this 70,000 is.
So now that we've got the state approval, I remember a meeting a couple of weeks back that everybody was cheering. We got the deal done. It belongs to them. We still haven't transferred it to them yet.
No, that's correct.
We haven't transferred it to
The PSC
them.
approved the transfer, but the actual transfer hasn't taken place. As a matter of fact, we're working on some ordinances now, part of the agreement, the conveyance agreement that we had, called for these changes in ordinance to be something had to be accomplished before the sale went through. So that's where we are today.
So what we're dealing with now, if I remember correctly, and I know I went through this timeline once before with you. We had a sale offer and a CA offer of 15 million. We said, no, we don't want that. We negotiated with NWI and came to the conclusion that we were gonna sell it to them for $9,200,000 and some change. Since then, we've averaged $4 million a year taking care of this, maintaining this facility. So we've lost $4 million, and now we got another million. So my math tells me at the end of the day, we're gonna give this over to NWI and we're gonna have like a net zero recovery off of this. I mean,
So
at the
I'm
end of the
not
day,
sure
isn't
where-
that true? We're gonna have a net zero recovery off of this?
Now, I don't agree with you that we lose $4 million a year. Matter of fact.
The
with
budget
this-
shows
with
it.
this- With this contract, we will end up spending less money on the sewer than we did before.
With the CEA.
Yeah,
And that's the same CEA that was being pushed back in the summer of 2020 that was being rejected by everybody here. Everybody in
This
administration, including yourself, was saying it was a bad idea.
this CEA is strictly for them to maintain and operate the equipment until the sale goes through.
That was the same thing the previous CEA was. Maintain it, manage it, take the benefits of it, and we were done with it until the public voted yes and the state said okay. And so there was no difference between what was presented in July, August of 2020 and what was entered into in December of 2022, except that our tax dollars have been used to maintain equipment that eventually some big corporation's gonna own all of it and are gonna be able to profit off of it at our expense. Right? I mean, that's pretty much
So-
what's going on here.
My recollection of this is different than yours.
What is that?
My recollection of this is different than yours.
I'm sure.
In 2015, I started to work on this. In 2016, actually, when I was on the council, I was a part of this, and we never had an offer for them to buy all the assets. When they made the offer to buy the assets, that's when we started moving. That was in, I'll run my years together, but
in the
early
summer of 2020.
Yeah,
Summer of 2020.
yeah.
Brought a great deal to the table, it was rejected, and now the public is out
So I'll
$15
tell
million.
you, and I'll real quickly tell you, what I found with what was presented to us before from 2015 on through 2019, which there never was a $15 million profit for the parish. As a matter of fact, the agreement had a $2 million fund in it that continued to build. Rates were going to go to over $100. The council would have to approve any rate increases. So, we as the council, and then you guys later confirmed that, we didn't think that was a good deal for the parish.
Right, but that's not the deal that was brought to the council and brought to the administration in August of 2020.
Like I said, our memories are different.
Okay. Mine's correct, though, I just want you to know that.
Any other questions? Chairman?
No. All right, Chair, entertain a motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Mason and a second by Ms. Casso to move. Any objection? All right, Ms. Secretary, can we get roll call, please?
Mine ain't open up either. Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, we don't do that often.
All right, the yeas have it, 9-1, and so moved.
And I thought I had touched it in the cold.
All right. Item 9A2, which was originally 6I, is approval to accept the fiscal year 2023 Emergency Management Performance Grant in the amount of $56,438.85. I believe, I'm not sure.
I would
Is
move
that,
so they can.
yeah,
jump.
is that,
Ms. Hermina's
oh,
here.
oh, Ms. Armina, there you go. I was looking for someone to give us a brief explanation, please.
Excuse me. Initially, we got the award for $56,000, and then we got a notification from the state saying that they have increased the amount to $70,000 because there's an increase in the match.
So I'll move to amend it to $70,000.
And that's the number, Ms. Armina, 70,000 even?
Yes,
Okay. We have an amendment from Mr. Lawler to increase the amount to $70,000 even, a second from Mr. Mason. Any objection? Hearing none? So moved. Ms. McKee, do I need to, that was an, he made an amendment. Do we need to revote on the actual?
You're fine.
Okay, thank you. Item 9A3, which is formerly 6J, which is to amend Exhibit A on the resolution adopted on August 4, 2022, to update the recreation items regarding spending of ARPA funds. And which is, are you, Mr. Ogeron, who asked to pull this off?
J, G.
G?
I'm sorry, yeah, G.
Oh, I thought you said G.
J, G,
Oh, okay.
depends on which side of the river you grew up on, as to how you pronounce it.
Okay, so 6G is what you want. That's the approval of the professional
The
selection?
fire hydrants, yeah.
Okay,
Do we have to go back and? No, okay.
no.
I won't even bother with that.
If somebody says go back tonight, I am not in the mood. All right, so it's actually gonna be 6G, not 6J.
Correct.
Okay, so 6G is now the 9A3, which we're gonna discuss, Mr. Ogeron. This is the approval of Professional Selection Committee's recommendation to select Delcom for West Ascension Fire Hydrant Repair Replacement.
And I don't see Jimmy. Dean gonna be able to speak on it, or, okay. Hey, Dean.
Hey, you know,
The last time we had a discussion on the fire hydrants, we asked to see what the scope of their work was going to be. My computer went down, so I don't have it. Do we know what the scope is of their work is going to be? Or is it just as needed, they go work on it?
yeah, I mean, there's numerous parts and pieces to these fire hydrants. You have boot nuts that have seals that leak. You have shafts with couplings that strip. I mean, there's a whole list of breakdowns that happen to them. And basically what we're doing is make a task order contract. Our guys go out and identify what the problem is. They call them and say, look, hydrant number so-and-so has a strip coupling. And we get them to send us a quote to replace that coupling, and we issue the task order, and it's tracked by the task order contract.
Okay. So again, it's nothing set like the last time. where they're
No,
gonna-
sir, no, there's no preempted scope of work. It's basically a as-needed maintenance contract. Right now, we've got quite a few that need maintenance,
Yeah.
but within hopefully the 3 or 4 months, once we get them caught up and get everything back operating, that should just be an incidental, you know, somebody gets in a car wreck, they hit them. The fire department gets a little over anxious sometimes with them.
Yep.
So, you know, but that's basically what it is.
Okay. And it doesn't include the painting of them, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Are we looking towards getting
Yes,
that
sir.
painting contract
We
redone?
do have the ability to do the painting with the same contractor, but we haven't, I didn't want to get into that part yet until we get them functioning.
Yeah.
Once we get them functioning, then we'll talk about beautifying them.
That's perfect, Dean. Thanks very much, man. I appreciate everything.
All right, thank y'all.
Hang on one second, Mr. Dean. Coach Thomas has a question.
Yeah, Dean, have you all identified the amount of fire hydrants that we have that are damaged?
Yes, sir.
What's the number?
That I can't answer right now. I want to say it's 32, but I'm not 100% sure. I know Jason and Travis were working together and going around and identifying all of them. but we also just issued some work orders to fix some, so I don't know what the actual number is at this point, but I can have that for you tomorrow.
Okay. What's the, number of fire hydrants that we anticipate on doing?
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'd be more than happy to email all of y'all what the number of hydrants is currently malfunctioning. Some of them will still work, they just got leaks, you know, a seal's leaking, and you get water over people's driveways and properties, and the walking paths get slick. So, you know, it'll still put out a fire, it just needs to be fixed.
The scope of work that was being done from the very beginning was only the paint. And that price, the price that was being implemented,
I understand
had
that.
that changed?
I understand that, and I believe the administration addressed it properly, shut it down, and that contractor never received a nickel. So, you know, but I was asked to go back and do it right, and that's what this is part of the process of doing it right.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
All right, thank y'all.
All right, Chair, entertain a motion. Motion to approve from Mr. Mason, second from Mr. Ogeron. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. All right, formerly item 6BB, now 9A4, which is approval of change order number 10 for the Early Learning Center. I believe, Mr. Robert, were you the one who asked for this to be removed?
Correct. It says it's additional work to remove existing mastic from concrete floor in order to install a new floor. Now, is this including, it's $117,000 job, is that including the floor? Or is that just taking the mastic off?
That was to remove the mastic, level the floor, and put a moisture barrier on the floor, which we had to have in order to get the warranty on the flooring. That concrete did not have a moisture barrier under it like normal construction.
So this doesn't include the floor, this is,
No, this is just the prep and the leveling and the moisture barrier.
how many square feet is that?
Uh,
Roundabout?
I'd be lying if I told you off the top of my head. It's a big building.
It's a big building, but you're almost looking at a 10% change order for,
I understand, and now also, we're offsetting that cost with the refund we're getting on the HVAC from the property owner.
well, and I understand all that, but
I
I just asked the
understand,
administration
and-
maybe to look into it a little bit more, maybe see if there's another method to seal that. That's not gonna cost $116,000. Now, if we're talking about 50,000 square feet or something, I get it, but we're not that big in there, are we?
Joel, I'd be lying if I told you.
It's close to it. Maybe just look into it for me. Thank you.
All right,
Motion to approve.
All right, so I have a motion from Ms. Castro, a second by Mr. Weisbach. Coach, you had question, comment?
Yeah, I have a comment. Mr. Dean, if possible, could we have an update on the West Ascension Early Childhood Development Building for the next meeting in Donaldsonville? On what's the status on where we at?
yes, sir.
What's
When
the
is that?
projected date?
When is
The
that
projected
meeting?
date of being started? That's on the 2nd?
Of November?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll have your report.
An
And
update
I'll show up and give it to you myself.
Okay, thank you.
Not a problem.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Law, you had question, comment? Don't go nowhere, Mr. Dean. You just
I'm trying to get out.
just stay right here with us, baby.
I was just gonna make a motion, actually, trying to let you out of here sooner, but since you're up there, we went over this last meeting and you explained it really well, so thank you. Glad to hear it again.
Yeah.
How was your day? I'm joking. All right, so I have a motion by Ms. Castro, second by Mr. Weisbach. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved.
Good job.
Thank y'all.
Good job, Dean.
All right, Now, so we are complete with our removed consent agenda items, and we are moving on to the new 9B, which is our budget presentation and call for introduction of an ordinance to our new CFO, Ms. Dawn.
I am here to present the parish president's proposed amendments to the 2023 existing budget and his proposed budget for the next fiscal year, 2024. You each should have the budget book, the draft one, as well as this presentation that I'm going to briefly go over since we have such a very long agenda. I just would like to say thank you to the administration for all the help they have provided in this budget, as well as the finance staff, the various departments that have had countless meetings with us. I also want to thank my staff, Tony and Ashley, who were provided so much assistance with this process. It takes months, several months to get this done. Moving on to this next page, page 2, is a copy of our consecutive finance awards that we have received. We've received the budget award for the 12th year and the certificate of achievement for excellence in financial reporting for the 14th consecutive year. Page 3 is just the timeline of how the dates go as far as what we need to do to adopt this budget. You can read over it. They are driven by the charter and state law. The next page shows our parish population growth. We're at about 130,000 as of 2022 and continuing to grow, it appears. Page 5 gives you the 2022 actual parish revenues, with the largest amount coming from our taxes, which are sales taxes, ad valorem, and other taxes. The biggest, of course, being our sales taxes. Page 6 is a breakdown of our taxes by sales, ad valorem, and others, and you can see we're projecting in 2024 to hit approximately $75.5 million in sales taxes. Page 7 is the budget comparison between the 22 actual expenditures, our 2023 original and amended budget, and the 2024 budget, and how they fall out as far as whether they're over or under the 2024. There's a lot of detail that I'm not going to go into today, but if you have any questions about why something went up or down, please call my office and we will be happy to go over each of the different funds and where there were some increases and or decreases to those budgets. Page 8 shows the historical spending in general, and you can see that for 2024, we're looking at almost a $300 million budget, of which about $150 million of it will be capital projects. Page 9 shows where we spend our operating funds, and that budget, most of it, as you can see, is our general government, which includes judicial, the courts, clerk of court, coroner, legislative, admin functions, Lamar-Dixon, maintenance and insurance, and then you have the other various sectors from public safety, public works, health and welfare. So just some items that are included in this budget, and overall letting you know what's in there. We have an ongoing maintenance of our buildings, which is a lot of buildings that the parish actually owns and has to operate. We have a COLA and merit funding of 7% in the budget. Also, we have the projected health insurance increase is coming in at 12%, but we have budgeted 15%, so we will be covering that. We also are going to have the completion of the 9th courtroom at the new courthouse. We're doing renovations to Courthouse West in Donaldsonville. We have continued progress on the Early Childhood Development Learning Center. We're also building the Energy Transition Parkway Connector Road, LA1 to LA405. The jail maintenance is continuing to be performed by the sheriff, and our health and mental health services are operated by Our Lady of the Lake. Page 11 is our 5-year capital improvement plan, which you can see on pages 167 to 173 of your draft budget. It shows you the revenue sources and a plan of what we hope to accomplish over the next 5 years. Page 12 gives you the actual cost by construction fund of what we will be spending in 2024, what we hope to spend. And page 13, this is the time for you all to review the budget and call if you have any questions. We'll be happy to meet with you. The potential date for it to be adopted will be November 16th. And also, it's on our website. If you have any other questions, we're always here to help.
Thank you, Ms. Dawn. I do want to let everyone know, I'll be reaching out to Ms. Dawn, and we'll try to set up, some 3 to 5 council member workshops, see if, instead of Ms. Dawn doing it 11 times, maybe she can do it 3 or 4. So I did just want to throw that out there. We got roughly a month, to look into it and think about proposed changes from the council itself. I do have a question comment from Mr. Lawler.
Yeah, Dawn and Patrick, I just want to make sure, because we have some things coming up on the agenda tonight that relate kind of to the budget. And I want to make sure the number's right. Page 52, the general budget for the building fund. Basically, just are those numbers correct? Because it looks like we're going to have 1 fewer employee next year. And we will also be saving $92,000 next year from the 2023 adopted budget.
On page 52, the building,
Yes.
building department?
Building.
Right.
I thought Corey misspoke again, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That's correct?
Correct.
And on page 90, the 2023 Animal Services, that millage brought in $1.7 million and $500.
So we get our projections from the assessor's office, and in 2023, this time last year, that was what our projection was gonna be. But he has upped our projection to 1.95 million.
For this year?
For this year and 2024, yes.
That's fantastic. So
Yes.
it's like an extra $500,000.
200. Well, right,
Well-
over 2
Well,
years,
for
correct.
2023 and
Yeah.
2024, it's an extra
Yes.
$500,000.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure those numbers are right. Thank
Yes.
you.
All right, so we do need a motion to introduce.
Second.
I have a motion introduced by Mr. Mason, a second by Ms. Casso. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. All right, item 9C, approval to introduce an ordinance on the November 5th, 2023 council agenda to amend the Ascension Parish Unified Land Developmental Code Appendix 12 regarding building fees. Oh, look at that. I'm looking around for a motion. All right, Mr. Duplessis.
Yeah, good evening. So this is basically a two-part amendment. You'll see, I'll go over the re-roofing stuff first. Recently, the state adopted legislation for us to enforce re-roofing permits. That's not something we do at this time. Part of the implementation process is getting these fees established to cover administrative costs, inspection costs, that kind of thing. So that's the re-roofing part. That's a new mandate from the state code council that we're coming in compliance with. As far as the commercial fees go, we're basically getting in line with surrounding jurisdictions of our size. We do have 2 employees who are long-term employees that are seeking retirement pretty soon, and replacing these employees is gonna put a budget issue for us as far as paying these employees. The commercial industry is pretty significant right now in our parish. That entails a few more training certifications and that kind of thing that's gonna require some more funds in the near future. So that's what we're doing here. Like I said, Baton Rouge has already adopted the same exact fees. Tangipahoa is going through the same process. Livingston, anyone in our surrounding jurisdictions, they're coming in the same realm of fees for commercial construction permit and plan review fees.
I have a motion to introduce the ordinance by Mr. Mason.
Second.
A second by Ms. Casso. Any questions, any objections?
Chairman Malonzo, it's not to introduce the ordinance, it's to approve to move forward for the introduction.
Yeah, this was pulled from the Finance Committee.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Approval to introduce the ordinance.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right. I have a motion and a second. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duplessis. 9D, approval for Parish President Clint Quitmall to sign and execute any and all necessary documents to allow Capital Area Finance Authority to offer their bond programs in addition to their current grant programs to citizens looking to purchase homes in Ascension Parish. I have a motion by Mr. Cadnalati, a second by Mr. Mason. Any questions, any objections? Hearing none, so moved. 9E, resolution authorizing and confirming non-economic development administration match requirements funding availability for EDA fiscal year 2023 disaster supplement. Mr. Goldsmith.
I'm actually going to get Kate to come up here. I know my name's on
Okay.
it, but I told her she's going to have to come up and talk.
Oh, look at us. We got Kate on Thursday. How are you, Miss MacArthur?
All right, well, good evening, and I was really hoping Patrick would run with it, but we are applying for a grant with CSRS, so it's AEDC, the parish, and CSRS putting together an EDA grant for just under $3 million for the road work in the Riverplex Mega Park in the West Bank of Ascension. And all this resolution is requiring is that we can say that in the account for that road work, we have the matching funds should we be awarded.
I have a motion by Mr. Robert and a second by Ms. Casso. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. All right. 9F, resolution to place an item on the ballot to make video gaming lawful in the parish of Ascension. All right, so I do have some public speakers here. I'm assuming that's Tim Babin?
I think so. It looks like Tina.
It looks like Tina. All right, Mr. Babin. Okay.
All right. So, yeah, my name's Tim Babin here in Gonzales. I am against any kind of video poker again. We voted this out in the 90s. I don't understand why it's being brought up again. One of the things, I know that this is probably going to mean money for the parish. I don't want to see that money being brought in on something like this that we've already voted out. This is gonna be almost a tax on some people that can't help themselves. And I just want to see that we make sure that when we go forward with this, that we do it in a way that takes care of looking into every different situation. I'm against it, but I want to make sure that y'all do a good job in looking to it to make sure that this is done in the right way. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Babin. Next up, Ms. Katrina Bonamalo. That's pretty good.
Good evening. I am against the video gaming. I am a addiction nurse, and I've seen the damage that gambling can do to individuals and families. It can destroy them. And so I think putting it out there where it's so easily accessible will do more damage to our parish than it will help. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Ms. Brenda Whitney.
Good evening. I agree with Tim and Katrina. I worked in the entertainment industry, I guess you could say, or the restaurant industry when we had video gaming in the past. I saw the damage it did to people, damage it did to families. And I know you're thinking, well, they can go to Baton Rouge and do it, or they can go down to New Orleans and do it. Sure they can, but it's a lot harder for them to get there if their transportation is limited. If they're people of the Ascension that don't have the means for transportation, they definitely don't have the means to gamble. We're going to put damage into our families. We're going to be damaging our children because they're going to be deprived because their money is being blown. Just think hard on this before you make that decision. I saw it destroy families before. I don't want to see it do it again.
All right, thank you. I believe that's all the public speakers I have. Am I missing anyone else? Gotcha, okay. I would like to remind that, so this council can approve to put this on a ballot. Obviously, we don't have the power to bring it back. So this potential resolution would put this on the ballot for the registered voters of Ascension Parish to vote on. All right, Mr. Ogeron, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you. I'll be honest with the three speakers. I have the same concerns that you have regarding video gaming, how it's going to affect our youth, how it's going to affect those who have gambling addictions. But I also know that just across parish lines, we have access to these gaming machines. I also know that certain areas in the parish have asked and have sought for relief, repairing their roads, making the streets safer for the children, dredging bayous. We've got a group here tonight that's here asking for better health care on the West Bank. And if you look at our budget, we really don't have the extra funds to manage all of these extra projects that are coming to us. And I just, I know that video gaming brings money into a parish, and it's money that we're currently missing out on. And I think, just like the three of you had the right to voice your opinion and to give us what your thoughts were, yay or nay, I think the public should have the right to do the same thing. So all we're asking is to bring this before the public, let them vote in one of the elections we have. It's either March or April, I forget the dates. And if we approve it now, it'll be on the ballot then, and then we let the people decide. And if the majority of the people side with you and my wife, to be honest, then we won't have it. But if the other way, if they're looking at it, that the finances are more important than, than what their concerns are regarding the addiction and youth use of it, then, we will have it. And that's all I'm asking. And I'm asking the whole public, I'm asking the members of this council to appreciate that we are not lords, we are not kings and queens. We are representatives. We represent people in our district. We're council members. And a situation like this, we should let the public vote on it and make that decision. And so that's what's before us today. But I thank you all for your views.
All right, Mr. Robert.
I did want to bring to the council's attention, if we didn't already know, once this does go to the people's vote, or the people for a vote, and if it does pass, it still has to go before the Gaming Commission in Louisiana, and there's still a very good chance that they won't pass it. So I'm just saying that's not the last obstacle on the end of it.
Thank you. Mr. Lawler.
Yeah, I share a lot of the concerns about if this would benefit the public, if it wouldn't benefit the public. There are two sides to that. Some people will not benefit if they're addicted. Others will benefit from the added revenue that it brings to the public, especially from people from out of the area, quite frankly, that'll come in and use it. One of my concerns with how we have this worded right now, and I'm going to make an amendment to this, is that this money would go into the general fund, where it would kind of go into a black hole, and we don't know exactly what it would be used for. As chairman of transportation for 6 some odd years, I've seen the absolute lack of funding for transportation, and I've heard the absolute loudest screams that we need better roads. How are we going to do this? Why don't we have it? We hear it all the time. We just don't have the funding for it. So rather than have this money go directly into the general fund where it could be spent on anything or nothing, or people wouldn't know what it's going to go for, I'd like to do one of two things. Either we table this for 2 weeks or so and figure out where we want this to go. And if so, y'all can vote down my proposed amendment. But I'm going to make an amendment that we add a provision on the ballot that any funds received as a result of passing this ordinance or allowing gambling in the parish, or wait, I think it's gaming, sorry, in the parish would go directly into the transportation budget because it's needed, it can be used. It can be used almost right away on safety projects over the entire parish. So it's money that's not going to go to waste. So that's the amendment that I'm offering. But like I said, if y'all want to discuss that portion of it more, I'm happy to to wait, 2 weeks, but I'm gonna make that amendment now.
We don't necessarily have the time to do that, Mr. Lawler. It needs to be before the Secretary of State by November 15th to make it on the ballots for the March and/or April. And so,
Well, you've got my motion to amend, my motion to amend it to dedicate this money to transportation.
I'll second that.
Chair?
Uh,
Chair?
Yeah, just,
If I may?
yeah, I'm gonna make a comment on this, because I'm highly in favor of allowing not just gaming, but gambling in general. I don't, in the parish, I don't want to start policing people from themselves. If they don't wanna gamble, they won't gamble. But the voters will decide, but I'll make a comment that I'm not so concerned with the deadline for March or April. I would be in favor of putting this on the ballot, but I think there's a lot more that needs to go in. We're talking just gaming, other options, and if we can get like some projections roughly on how much that would go, just a one-page resolution is a little vague for me. I would like to sit back and let us discuss this a little more before a final vote tonight. Mr. President, you had something?
Yeah, so I just have a concern with this, an important issue like this going on an off election ballot. I think this should be going on a major election, something like a presidential or a governor or something so dramatic as this that affect people's lives. I think we should try to get the majority of voters' input, and you don't get that on an off-site election cycle. So that's my opinion. So I just think it's important to get the greatest input. So, the administration wasn't consulted on this. It was strictly put on here by council, but obviously there's concerns. Obviously, this has went to the ballot before and has been turned down. So you want maximum public input on an item like this, and that's not done on an off-site election cycle in March or April. That's just my comment and my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Ogeron.
thanks. To address Mr. Lawler's amendment, I am all for dedicating the money to special locations. But I also know that we have a big group of folks here that are concerned about health care. And if this council is going to make the decision as to where the money is going to be placed, I would hope that we would put it as dedicating it towards transportation and towards health care. And that way, we're covering some of the major issues that are before us, that have been before us for the last 4 years. I would do that, but rather than amending it, I would recommend, I see we got 3 of our 2024 council members, future council members in the audience. I would trust them to make the decision as to where the funds should be dedicated to. I think they could make that decision, but I really believe that we need to get this on the ballot in the spring to see if we're gonna go anywhere with it. And then once it's on the ballot, if it's approved, then we start concerning ourselves with that, but whichever.
All right, Mr. White's back.
Yeah, I'll just echo Chase's thoughts. I mean, I don't know if I'm for or against it. I don't see enough information to make a decision either way. I'd want to know the projections, and see what kind of funds would be coming in, and so I would second your motion, or you didn't make a motion, but I have the same thoughts. We don't have enough information. I don't have enough information to make that determination either way. That's all I have.
Wait, no, I didn't need to do that.
No? All right, so I have an amendment on the floor from Mr. Lawler for all dedicated revenue to go to transportation. Is there any other motions that anyone would like to make? No, okay. So I'm gonna make a motion to defer the topic. So I've made a motion and I got a second from Mr. Mason. Is there any objection?
Yes.
Okay. If everyone would please vote yes to defer or nay.
Chairman Malonson, you need to defer it to a certain date.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
You can't just defer it. You gotta.
Okay, what is it, November 2nd?
Second.
Okay, yeah, to defer to the November 2nd council meeting.
Do you want to add that you would ask that the administration provide us with some information? I hate to just defer it.
I have zero knowledge of this, nothing. This is strictly council, it's put on here by the council. I don't want to have any involvement. If I have involvement, then I'm going to get very opinionated on this topic, very opinionated. So you want the administration involved, we're going to need to discuss this thoroughly to the nth degree.
Yeah, I don't know who to ask either, so I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it just popped up, it came with sponsors, it popped up. I like the idea, but there's so many unanswered questions, in my opinion.
I mean, we don't have a staff, though. That's why I'm saying that you get information.
Well, and I'd just add too, that this isn't something that we can just go do estimates on. This is usually, at least in my experience, you're getting an economist doing models, looking that's dealt with this, because this is not data that we have.
No.
You know, it doesn't exist, and somebody's gonna have to do some extensive research to look into what this brings in. And I agree with you, without knowing how much it brings in, you know, dedicating it gets a little tricky until you really know how much you're talking about. So I agree, this probably needs a lot more information, a lot more work.
Mr. Mason?
Would you mind amending your motion, just table it until we can gather this information, please?
Yeah, I will. I'll make a motion to table indefinitely until we can actually reach out to
Second.
someone who may know.
Not to table.
Okay. All right, so Chair has a motion to table indefinitely. I have a second from Mr. Mason. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. Okay, 9G. G, okay. 9G, approval of amendment number 1 to the legal services contract with Daigle, Fissy, and Kessenich to amend the contract in Exhibit A to include additional scope of work, Parish of Ascension versus Corey J. Ogeron and Brandy C. Ogeron. Yeah, Mr. Lawler.
Yeah, the only reason I removed this, and we have legal counsel here, we have another case that's in my district dealing with Willow Lake that's preventing us from moving forward with drainage fixes there. Is that something that we could assign to this law firm to help them move this along?
Yes, we can.
Okay. That's the only reason I did it, because I thought that way we could get them to move this forward, because that's the only thing that's holding up work in that area.
Okay.
That lawsuit.
So you just need to amend.
I'm just gonna amend this, this item to add that lawsuit as to something that they, are permitted to work on, in order
Okay.
to work on.
All right, I have a motion, an amended motion to add the Willow Lakes
Lawsuit against the parish.
lawsuit to this agenda item. Do I hear any objections? No, I need a second, I'm sorry. I have a motion from Mr. Lawler, I need a second.
Second.
A second from Mr. Mason. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. 9H, approval to renew and reopen professional services agreement between Ascension Parish Government and Grace Bear Curtis Architects for design work on the unfinished courtroom of the new courthouse not to exceed $180,000. I have a motion by Ms. Casso, a second by Mr. Mason. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. All right. 9I, we have the updated community needs assessment report, and is from SSA. There we go. How are you? Welcome.
Thank you. And we were asked by the council to do a progress report on the community assessment that the hospital, Prevost Memorial Hospital, conducted back in 2018. And the council asked us in August to do a progress report on that community assessment, which had a set of findings and some recommendations in it. That community outreach assessment was done by SSA and by me. I did the update as well. So I'm here tonight to present that progress update report. I think we delivered yesterday the full report, which I don't know if you have with your materials. This is a PowerPoint summary of what's in that full report. So I'm assuming this will move things forward. A little background on the 2018 assessment. It was conducted by the hospital at the request of the council back then, and some of you were there and remember that in 2017 the hospital was preparing an expansion and renovation project, pretty major project, you know, $10–15 million project, and there was concern expressed by the council that was being done without the benefit of an updated community assessment. One had been done in 2008, but it was almost 10 years old, and so the council, I think specifically the finance committee of the council, suggested to the hospital that they not proceed without the benefit of a community assessment. And the point of that is to get input from the community and from the medical community and the rest of the community about what they saw as priorities and needs for the West Bank and for the hospital. So we conducted that, and we in that report, we produced 6 findings and 3 recommendations. And I'll go through those findings with you real quick. The first one was just to really ask the community about their support for having a hospital on the West Bank. And that was a question about, you know, whether we need a hospital there or not. And people were raising that question of whether we needed more primary care services. And there was very strong support to continue to have a hospital there for several reasons. The second question was really about continuing to invest, expand, and innovate in that facility, continue to invest in the facility. And again, there was strong support there, assuming that there was a caveat, though, that the investment would help get to some of the unmet healthcare needs and deal with some of the priority needs there in the community. So the third question was really, well, what are those needs? What does the community think those priority needs are? And they talked about wellness, preventive care, primary care, some specialty rotations, maybe behavioral health, as well as rehab and extended care. And they noted that some of the primary needs that were identified in 2008 had actually been delivered by the hospital. They built a modern emergency department, and they dramatically updated their outpatient diagnostics, but these other things were still unmet needs. The fourth finding was a bit of a complaint that we heard in the community, and that was that the hospital, there was a sort of a request, if you will, from the community, from the people we talked to and surveyed and interviewed, that the hospital needed to be more engaged with the community on the West Bank, needed to have a higher profile, needed to be more involved in community support, wellness, preventive care, public safety, healthcare education, those sorts of things, including letting the community know what they could offer in the hospital. The fifth one was the sort of recognition that being an independent small hospital in a small rural town was going to be difficult, and that the hospital needed to engage bigger organizations and look at opportunities to partner to deliver sustainable services across the long term. And given the healthcare trends, you see that the consolidation going on, health systems, medical groups consolidating in there, and the sense that if you're going to get practitioners to be on the West Bank, you're going to have to talk to and engage those entities for the long term. And then the last finding related to the tax election. As you may recall, some of you, there was a tax election. The hospital does get a half-penny sales tax of all the sales on the West Bank. And there was a tax election that the legislature had called for that would have taken away half of that half penny. And that election, so we basically noted here that that created some uncertainty. The hospital somewhat depends on that tax money. The tax election did occur in the fall of 2018, and it was determined to keep that tax the way it was for the hospital by a pretty significant margin. So those were the basic findings in 2018, and based upon those, we made 3 recommendations. And I'll go through the recommendations, and I'll give you the update, progress update for each one of them as I go. So the first one was to develop and implement a practical community engagement plan, a formal plan with a budget and strategies and goals and defined activities just to create that ongoing engagement with the community and focus on healthcare, education, wellness, public safety, and public health issues. And here's the update. The hospital has not developed that formal plan, but they have done a number of things since 2018. Several initiatives in the community. You can see some photos of those. They built this fitness court, which is right across the street from the hospital, which is just a workout area that the community can access. I think they spent about $130,000 on that fitness court. The picture on the bottom right is doing a project with the school system to install some Stop the Bleed stations with the Louisiana Emergency Response Network and the school system in all the schools on the West Bank with Mr. Cataldo there, and they funded that project. And then the health fair. The health fair, the hospital has been doing this health fair for almost 40 years. It got suspended for 2 or 3 years during the COVID pandemic, and they just restarted it. This is from September 30th of this year. It was the first time they've had it again in about 3 years. So they are doing some things, but they don't have that ongoing, set, formal engagement plan that we had recommended. The second recommendation was for them to investigate and pursue cooperative agreements, collaborative relationships with the large healthcare provider organizations that could provide the practitioners to expand service on the West Bank. And the key here is practitioners. All of healthcare, as you know, is delivered by licensed practitioners, physicians, physician's assistants, nurses practitioners, therapists. It's not delivered by buildings. It's not delivered by equipment. And it doesn't matter how much you invest in buildings or equipment. If you have no practitioners, you can't expand the service on anywhere. And so that's the key, and that's really the deficit. That's really the rate limiting factor on the West Bank. And it is in a lot of communities. We have issues in Gonzales and Baton Rouge. You go talk to all those health systems, everybody does not have as many practitioners as they want. So that's the real key to expanding healthcare services in Donaldsonville and on the West Bank is practitioners. And if you're going to get practitioners, you got to go where the practitioners are. And they're in the big groups, and they're in the big health systems today, and that's more and more every day. And so the recommendation is just practical to that point. If you want to expand healthcare services on the West Bank, go secure the practitioners that you need first before you start talking about building or renovating or adding or buying equipment or anything like that. The hospital has not done that. And they pretty much told me in 2018 when I delivered this to them that they weren't going to go down that road and that approach. They value their independence very much, and that's understandable. That hospital has been there since the late 1960s, and it's been a small independent hospital for that whole time. And it is staffed and led by people that have been there for a long time. That have literally dedicated their whole professional lives to health care. Dr. Hirsch, Dr. Scheck-Snyder, Mr. Cataldo in particular. And they're quite wary, I think, of large healthcare provider organizations and hospital systems. And yet, nonetheless, the dilemma here is if you want to deliver and broaden healthcare services on the West Bank, you're going to have to add some practitioners. You're going to have to find where you can get to those. But they have not gone down that road, which means they were not able to make much progress on this last recommendation, which was then, once you secure practitioners, then you build your capital plan, your investment plan around service expansion, around the practitioners that you have and the arrangements you have with the organizations that you've linked with or that the practitioners you've found. And you develop that around the priority needs that have been articulated by the community, but also by the practical financial pro formas. Can we afford to do this? Is it affordable? Is it viable in our small community? That work needs to be done. We told them they should wait till after the tax election. Of course, that's already happened. And then we said, whatever plan you come up with, then you got to go promote that in the community, because whatever you do, you want the community to be fully behind you there. And that's a typical way of going about it. That was our third recommendation. And of course, they have not done that. They have a facility improvement and expansion plan. It's the same basic plan that they had in 2017. And you can go look at it on the website. It includes 3 major things: to remodel the hospital's entrance, lobby, and business administration offices. But most of the money is going to be tied to modernizing the inpatient wing of rooms and building a new medical office building that would attach to the facility and the new rehab area. And it's essentially the plan they had back in 2017. They're still focused on going forward with that plan. And in talking to them, they think that's the way to go. And it is what I would call a build it and they would come approach. They believe that if we build the facilities and we create these new things, that'll actually help attract practitioners, and that they would go about it that way. So that's kind of where they are with those 3 recommendations. We did also ask them to identify any other things that they would regard as progress that the hospital has made since 2018, and this is a long list of things that they provided to me there. They have acquired some additional property to facilitate expansion. They've joined this Louisiana network of independent hospitals to kind of work with them. They purchased a medical office building that's across the street from the hospital, upgraded some of their mammography and CT capabilities. They've redone their emergency room contract to include hospitalists. They've expanded their wound care schedule, added a cardiology clinic. They've improved their telestroke robot capabilities and their work with Chateau de Ville and with the Ascension Parish Jail. So that's where they are, and I know you're going to get some more presentations from them and others. I'd be glad to answer any questions any of you may have.
Let me see. All right, Mr. Gomez, I do have a few questions.
Sure.
Mr. Ogeron.
Thank you. The slides you had before this one, you're indicating that they have not made any plans to develop capital investment. But then a little bit later, you said they are. I mean, I've seen the blueprints that they've put out.
Oh, no, they have a plan.
Right. Because I sat down with members of the board a couple of weeks back and wanted to know why everyone is so upset with them. And I mean, I think some of the answers were extremely valid. One, COVID hit. As they were getting started, COVID hit. And then everything that they had, all the prices went up as a result of it.
Yep.
So they had to sit back, reorganize, redevelop. I understand that they wanted to give a presentation tonight, but were told that they were going to be limited to the amount of time that they were going to have, so they opted. I don't think they're on the agenda to make that presentation tonight. So I think they're going to try to get the budget is, but is the presentation, I don't think the presentation for the additions and everything that they're doing with the hospital.
My understanding was they could.
Okay, well, if they are, then great. I hope to see them here. You know, I'm concerned with, just like everyone else, I've seen what the likes of Oxnard and other major hospitals have done to the community hospitals in this state. Several years back, I was doing financial collections, whatnot, for various small rural hospitals. And I saw what happened once Oxnard came and took over some of the hospitals in Lafourche Parish, and how it just devastated it. The doctors were working 3 times as much as they were working before, so they were demoralized, and they weren't providing the health care that they used to provide because of the mandates of this big organization hovering over them. And so there are concerns. Bigger isn't always better. You know, bigger definitely isn't always better. That's why most of the people live here in Ascension Parish, because they opt not to live in Orleans or Jefferson or Baton Rouge. You know, so I think we need to pull back a little of the criticism on what's taking place there, and start maybe working with them instead of against them, like it sounds like what we're doing here. It sounds like we had an answer, and then we're gonna provide a presentation that's gonna justify our answer to demoralize a facility that's been providing health care to the people on the West Bank for 50-plus years. So, I mean, I thank you for the work that you're doing, but again, let's try to help them move forward. Let's not just try to hang them from the tallest tree as soon as possible.
Well, and Mr. Ogeron, I want to assure you, I am not trying to do that. I have great regard for the people over there and the work they've done and what they've committed their lives to do. Our suggestion to them in these recommendations was simply this. Before you spend a whole lot of money on facilities and equipment, make sure you have the service delivery to go with that. Otherwise, you're just wasting your money.
That much I agree with you. Why build a building if you can't fill it?
Right, and that's all we suggested to them, was that the first order of business, if you will, is not to design what you want to build, it's to go figure out what services you can add to what you already have. Because if you can't add any more services to what you have now, you don't need to add or remodel anything. That ER is fine. You have a state-of-the-art ER and diagnostic equipment in that hospital. And if you're not going to expand services, either outpatient or inpatient or other services, then why spend a bunch of money just to create more space and to renovate space? That was our only point, is start there. And that's what hasn't been done, Mr. Ogeron. They had a plan without that, and they're still on that plan. And that's the only point we're making, is that.
Aren't they initializing a medical office facility on the north side of the hospital? I mean, my appreciation is that they're looking at creating just what you're saying, putting this out to bid and getting it started to have the construction of the medical office facility. And I was out there the other day, and I saw that across the street, Our Lady of the Lake is leasing property from the hospital to provide more doctors out there. So, I mean, in essence, they're maybe not taking the giant steps that we would like, but aren't they taking the baby steps to get there?
Well, that building that they're leasing is the building that Dr. Hirsch and Dr. Scheck-Snyder are in, and they've been there for a long time. So they're not adding anything there. But again, my point with the medical office building is, why would you build a medical office building without knowing what services you could put into it, and risk building something that doesn't fit then the providers that may come later. And I just think the providers come first, and the buildings and the equipment that they need, you build around the services that you can bring to the area. And I think it would be actually a more attractive way to go, rather than build a building and then go try and get the providers.
And I have to contradict you on that. I got to disagree, because it's going to take several years to finish that facility that they're looking to build. It's going to take a couple of years to build that. I don't know of any specialist doctor out there that's going to say, yeah, I'll come, you build that building and I promise you I'll come in 3 years. You've got my word, I'll be there in 3 years. Now go build the building. I think they have to have that carrot dangling in front of those specialists, those doctors, to get them to want to be there. I mean, it's the same thing like with my friends with the Sunshine Community Group, what they're saying. They want us to go build a new hospital. We want to build a new hospital, so we're going to attract the best and the brightest. And so it's, in my eyes, it's the same thing. So I don't see how.
No, it is the same thing, and I think you can waste your money on a new building just as much as you can waste it renovating an old building if you don't build to the services that you can bring in. Right. And that's our only point.
And I understand that. I understand that.
And that's it. I know the West Bank community needs and wants more services and better services, and they have the financial resources to do it. And that's the good thing.
I think that's the one thing everyone in this room can
Right, and the question is, how do we go forward to make sure whatever you do, you get your money's worth? That's really the
Ms.
argument
Kasser.
there.
Yes,
You had a question, comment?
thank you. Rudy, have you seen historically that you all do this work across the country? Does build it and they'll come work?
It doesn't work anymore. It used to work in healthcare. If you go back into the 70s and 80s, when everything was growing, and in a place like Baton Rouge, and everything was changing, and all the new technologies, and all the new outpatient this and outpatient that, and before all the, you had all these medical doctors working for health systems, then you saw hospitals and health systems build stuff to attract people. And they would do it like in a place like Baton Rouge. And so they'd bill over here and trying to get the doctors to come across town. And that was a way that they competed and they grew things. But they were in growing markets where everything was busting at the seams. And so it was a very relatively low-risk thing to do. The circumstance on the West Bank, and you'll see this in our report, if you read our full report, the population on the West Bank is declining. It is not growing. The Ascension Parish I saw is growing dramatically, but that's all on the East Bank side. If you look on the West Bank side, since COVID, just since 2018, the city of Donaldsonville has shrunk significantly. And the percentage for the hospital of patients that have commercial insurance, which are typically the highest payers, is shrinking too. So you can see that in the report as well. So, and if you just look on the ground and look at, do we have practitioners available on the West Bank to expand services? The answer is no. And it's not for a lack of trying. They have tried different things and all. So it doesn't work anymore, and it probably hasn't worked for 20 or 30 years in my experience, and I've worked in healthcare since 1980 here in Louisiana, and I don't think in particular it'll work in a small rural community where the primary constraint, the primary challenge is, where do we find the practitioners? How do we secure the practitioners to come and work in our community and deliver the healthcare services we want and need. And I think it's a riskier way to go. And I won't say it won't work, but it's like you're going to spend all your money and you hope you spend it right, instead of securing the practitioners. And I think practitioners will wait. Those health systems think in terms of 5 and 10 year periods, and those big medical groups, and the recruiting physicians, new physicians, is 3 to 5 years for medical groups. And I do some of that work for medical groups. They have to chase doctors 3 to 5 years before they get them to start with them. So the time frame to me is not problematic. And I think it's just, if you need to get the practitioners, and the practitioners are tied to big groups, I would try and do that work, and then do the financial pro formas to find out what's viable, and then you build around that. And I just think that's a lower risk way to go, because the decisions you're going to make, whether it's to remodel and significantly expand or to build a new facility, that's a 30-year decision. And whatever you do, if it's a mistake, you're going to live with it for the next 30 years.
Ms. Terry, you got anything else?
So you're not proposing that they have Oshner or the Lake or somebody come in and take over the hospital? I think what you're proposing is partnerships. I think that's the terminology that I saw utilized.
Yeah, I think any and all conversations with people that have practitioners, entities that have practitioners, and in the greater Baton Rouge area, virtually all the practitioners in the capital region are working in like 8 or 10 organizations, almost all of them. And so if you need practitioners, you're going to need to be talking to those people about arrangements and contracts, and not necessarily them taking over or anything like that. And you don't want to necessarily just talk to one of them.
Right.
You know, why not talk to a number of them? And you have a number of them working in this parish already. General Health is here, Our Lady of the Lake's here, Oxner's here, LSU. You know, those are the big groups. You got some big medical groups that are owned by physicians in Baton Rouge. You could talk with them as well. But it's to find out, you know, who's interested, and to show them what you have to offer, and see what arrangements you can make to have practitioners deliver healthcare services on the West Bank.
And at that point, you would ask them what they needed.
Right.
In order to.
And that's where you can leverage your money. And make arrangements that work for you and work for them. Because they're coming over there, it's going to have to be financially viable for them to do it. But I think that's the strength you have on the West Bank, is the financial resources to make arrangements and do things, and buy the things that need to be bought to support those practitioners once you find them.
Thank you.
Mr. Robert.
How are you? I appreciate your time tonight. I appreciate your work. I agree with some of the things you say. I agree with some of the things that Mr. Ogeron says. And I also think there's a, don't quote me on that again. There's a happy medium between all of this. One of the things that you just said that I think is very important that we need to stick to is the reaching out to these practitioners, these different groups, building these relationships, and getting the ball rolling in that sense. And I think it's very important to not single that down to one group. The last thing we want to do is for that to happen, which would bring me to a point that I wanted to bring with that. If we were to ever have one group come in and do this, they would come build their own hospital and they would do it. I mean, we're not going to give them millions and millions of dollars for them to come do this. I think if we go, we get the different practitioners from the different groups, they can maintain their independent hospital. I get what you're saying with the office building for the practitioners, that you want to have it to some extent to design it around them, but in the same sense, in working in the construction industry and the development industry, specifically commercial industrial, I've learned that you can do a lot and actually putting shovel in the ground, building foundations, a lot of stuff. I almost do like a vanilla shell before they come in for the medical facility. So you have a building and you have something to show them. And maybe we can find a happy medium to that. And clearly we need to speak with these groups and get these different practitioners that we will have in there. I also wanted to point out with the hospital, and I've been there, I say a dozen times or so in the last 4 years, last 5 years. And there have been significant improvements in the facility itself, including some of the outpatient rooms and some of the facilities they have for the restrooms and et cetera, et cetera. And I will say that dealing with this industry and the construction industry when COVID hit, I mean, your materials doubled.
Oh, yeah.
And they haven't really come down nearly back to where they were. They've come down, but they're never going to go back to that point.
Right. No, I agree.
Yeah, and
But whatever's going to be done is going to be real expensive.
Exactly, and for them to accomplish that, that's something. You know, I don't want to discourage them from building and improving this hospital. I think we've got a lot happening on the West Bank. I know you're saying that the numbers are decreasing, and that's true for now, but we're making a lot of improvements, a lot of capital improvements. We're bringing industry, we're bringing a lot of commercial, and y'all are familiar with that, on the West Bank.
Sure.
And I really feel in this significant, I mean, not this significant, in this specific situation, we do have some potential growth that we could use this. Any type of medical facilities, I think we're going to want the medical facility to be where it's all there already. You know, so that's my main thing. It's let's kind of move forward with the building and maybe more of the vanilla shell aspect of it, where we put the concrete slab, we put the walls, we put the roof, we do the exterior of it, and then we build out to the practitioners. We build out their spaces to them, which would be, you're talking about 3 months or 6 months once you have the building done, instead of years to have it all. But I appreciate the work you're doing there, and I think that Vince Cataldo and the board at Prevost Hospital does an amazing job for what they have in that community, and having them involved with this and them on board is clearly going to be very helpful.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawler.
Yes, sir. First of all, thank you for coming tonight. With regard to the service expansion plan, like a needs assessment, in addition to looking and talking to the community, have we also talked to industry and maybe some of the safety personnel within industry? Because I know we're looking at massive industrial expansion over the next 30 years, over the next 10 years on that side of the river, and they may have some specific needs that, you know, a hospital could really cater to and could really be profitable for them. Is that part of the plan?
I don't know if they've done that or not. I really don't. When we did and again, what we've done here is just a progress report on that assessment, and that just, you know, we just went over to the hospital and asked them, how you doing? What are you doing? And provided that update along with their statistics. So we haven't redone the community assessment from 2018.
But have they indicated that they're doing that yet?
I didn't ask them if they were
I can
doing
ask
that.
them.
But I think it's a good point that industrial medicine's a pretty big thing.
Okay, that's all I had.
Ms. Casso.
Yeah, Rudy, did you mention, you did go and speak with their board of directors?
Oh, yes.
They have had this they have your recommendations based on your update?
Yes, so I presented, obviously, all of this to them in 2018 and spent a great deal of time with them, individually as board members and then as a group when I presented the report. And then when we were hired to do this project, I've spent several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours with Mr. Cataldo individually to go through all of this with him. I did attend the board meeting earlier in this month.
And you gave your recommendations once again to this board?
Yeah, I went through them and I asked them for, you know, the update, I told them the information that we were looking for. I told them we would be preparing a report and presenting it to the council. I just wanted to make sure they knew what I was doing, and I wanted an opportunity for them to tell me individually in the board meeting what they thought and where they were.
And they've indicated that they have no intention of creating a plan. They're gonna just do what they have since 2017.
They do have a
said they were
plan,
gonna do.
but it's that plan.
Not an overarching plan about
Right.
finding practitioners, et cetera.
It doesn't incorporate that. What we recommended to them was to go do and find the practitioners first, and then start deciding what you might want to build or renovate.
And they indicated they're not gonna do that.
No.
Okay.
They're not planning on doing that. And they still have that same plan, and you can see it on their
Sure,
website.
I look forward to seeing
There's
it.
a nice set of plans and sketches of the medical office building and the renovations and all, and it's available on their website.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gomez, I don't see any more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, everyone, I would say roughly halfway, maybe a little bit more, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Y'all stretch y'all legs, use the restroom, and we'll be back in about 10. Thank you.
Have to.
Yeah. It's so damn loud.
No, they're, oh yeah, I think the leftovers.
What's
No,
that?
do they have some on,
No,
what are we on now?
no, like we're just like all this.
With the tie on, next to the lady in yellow.
So did Coach leave?
Coach ain't out there?
I don't see him.
I don't see him. I believe you only have a forum. How about that?
Okay, are we? All right, if everyone would please find your seat, we are re-adjourned. All right, so moving along, we're going to move to item 9J, the presentation by the Sunrise Community Group, Transforming Healthcare in Our Community. Look, I do want to make just a quick statement. The last time,
We do have speakers
oh
on that.
yeah, and we have speakers. Mr. Price, before you come, we have some public speakers first. Look, and I know last time we had anything pertaining to the West Bank healthcare, things got a little contentious. I'm going to ask everyone, whoever's speaking at the podium, please give them the respect that they deserve. That is their time. If you want to speak, please come fill out the card. We will not speak and banter amongst ourselves in the crowd while someone's at the microphone. Everyone deserves their time to say their piece. So I will say that. Okay, so first is Ms. Gloria Berry, who is against item 9J but does not wish to speak, but she is present. And the second one is Ms. Teresa Robert also. She is against item 9J but does not wish to speak. So I'm sorry, Mr. Price. I don't have any speakers. You were up. I had two cards. Y'all just bear with me tonight. It's been a long day and we're here. So I apologize. Yep, you're up, Mr. Glenn.
Good evening, Council. Of course, I'm Glenn Price of the Sunrise Community Group of Donaldsonville. I want to do a brief presentation to you to talk about transforming healthcare in our community on the West Bank of Ascension, which includes Donaldsonville, Louisiana. Our hospital, Prevost Hospital, has the critical access status. As I get more into this presentation, I will explain to you the significance of that. It was built in 1968, which is roughly 55 years ago. It is owned by the citizens of West Ascension Parish, the residents. It is managed by a board of commissioners who hire a director to run the daily operation. Let's take a look at some of the most recent rural community hospitals that's been built in Louisiana within the last 10 years. First, we have the West Feliciana Parish Hospital. It was opened in the year 2017 in St. Francisville, Louisiana, at a cost of $27.7 million. We have the Trinity Medical Center. This hospital was built in the year 2021 in Faraday, Louisiana, at a cost of $28.1 million. We have the Madison Parish Hospital. As a matter of fact, this particular hospital was opened this year, March, in Tallulah, Louisiana, at a cost of $32 million. The North Caddo Parish Hospital, which was opened in the year 2017, built in Vivian, Louisiana, is a model that we take great interest to. And I want to emphasize that this particular model as you can see in the image, is not only showing you a hospital with a 24-hour emergency room, state-of-the-art emergency room, but to the right side of this structure, you have a medical clinic that provides various forms of medical services through practitioners. So this model here serves both purposes, hospital services and medical services. On our side of Ascension, West Ascension, this type of model would serve us well, because a lot of our residents have to travel to Gonzales, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, to receive various forms of medical services. And screen went out. Okay. Last but not least, we have the DeSoto Regional Health System Medical Complex. This particular model is currently under construction, being built in Manfields, Louisiana, at a cost of $30 million. Now, in the next slide, I'm going to do a comparison. So I'm going to compare those new facilities in those 5 small towns and cities to our situation in West Ascension and Donaldsonville. Donaldsonville has a population of 6,800 residents with an average income of $20,000 and a poverty rate at 46.9%. In essence, 47%. The overall Ascension Parish poverty rate is at 9.7%, I think. So as you can see, as we compare the east side to the west side, we have a huge poverty rate on the west side of Ascension. In Faraday, Louisiana, you have a much smaller population where they built a new hospital facility at 3,100 residents. Average income at $24,000 a year, poverty rate high is also at 45.5%. In Tallulah, we have a population of 5,900 residents. Average income at $30,000 a year, a high poverty rate at 45.5%. In Vivian, Louisiana, we got a small population where they built this new hospital facility. Very small as compared to Donaldsonville's population. Average income at $20,000 a year, poverty rate at 43.5%. In Mansfield, we got a population at 4,600 residents. We have an average income at $28,000, poverty rate substantially low at 23.9%. And in St. Francisville, as you can see, we have a population of only 1,500 residents. Average income at $47,000, poverty rate is 17.9%. Now, I want to emphasize that even though these hospitals are located in these small towns and cities, we do know that they do serve the broader areas in their parish or in their location, which would be the same if we built a new hospital facility on the West Bank. It would more than likely be located in Donaldsonville, but it would service the entire West Bank. And that'd take the population from Donaldsonville population from 6,800 residents, and now we're talking about 11,000 to 12,000 residents on the west side. Now let's look at how these new hospital facilities were financed. Most of them used the financing from the USDA community loan. That's from the United States Department of Agriculture. Most of them took advantage of the new market tax credit. Now, this particular credit converts to equity after 10 years. Most of them either had or acquired community investment through sales tax or property tax, or millage. As you all know, on the west side of Ascension, we do receive a half-cent sales tax that's bringing in an average of $1.4 million a year. With the help of you all, we're about to have enormous industrial development on the West Bank. Looking at a development of somewhere $7 to $10 billion over the next 10 to 15 years. Of course, that's going to increase our sales tax credit, that half penny, substantially. Commercial loans is part of the financing of those new facilities, and that's your banks in your areas. On the West Bank, we have 2 banks that can benefit from this type of financing. And then hospital funds. Prevost Hospital, our hospital, over the last 55 years has accumulated more than $30 million cash assets in the bank. Most of this money is liquid cash. So when you look at the financial ability and the financial qualifications, we more than qualify to build a new hospital complex on the West Bank of Ascension, more than likely located there in the city of Donaldsonville, where Prevost is currently located. So let's look at this potential funding mix. Let's assume that we do build a new hospital facility on the West Bank at $35 million. The USDA, part of it can be as much as 70% of it. We do qualify for that. We can take advantage of the new market tax credit. That can be 15% of this. Bank loans, again, we can involve our banks. They can get 3% of it. We are strong with the community investment part. And then again, we are extremely strong with the hospital cash. As a matter of fact, the USDA only requires a 10% down payment of their loan, and it extends up to 40 years. 10%, so 10% of $35 million is $3,500,000. So we got over $30 million in the bank, so we built a new facility, used $10 million of it. We still can build a state-of-the-art new hospital facility and still have a lot of cash left in the bank. Rural hospital funding differs from other profit and nonprofit hospitals. Again, our critical access status is substantial. And what that means, you're able to be reimbursed for your losses. Where are most of your losses incurred at? When you're servicing residents who are uninsured. Well, in Donaldsonville, we have quite a large percentage of our residents that are uninsured. They don't have medical insurance. They don't qualify for Medicaid or Medicare because they're not old enough yet. So if there are service at the hospital, because of our critical access status, those costs we can then be reimbursed for. So we're going to keep that status if we build us a new hospital facility. With a new hospital facility, we can offer services that help fund less profitable services. And they got some examples of that, as you can see here on the chart. Swing beds. Swing beds is also something that we can incorporate into a new hospital facility, because swing beds allows you to do longer-term rehab and be able to provide acute care services to patients. Testing, various forms of medical testing like MRIs and others can provide cash flow. So let's look at replacement over remodel. Why are we asking for a new hospital on the West Bank? Because it gives us better value. It would be lower costs over time. Right now, the hospital is spending, who knows, thousands of dollars weekly in maintenance costs alone, because it's been there 55 years. A lot of things are breaking down. It's continuous. But the new facility would also allow us to build for different delivery of care and compliance. The infrastructure would enable current and future technologies. With the new facility, because we have small inpatient rooms there at Prevost right now, we can have larger inpatient rooms. We have quite a small emergency room there. We can have a larger emergency room that can accommodate the industry that we currently have and the new industry that's coming to the West Bank. You're talking about attracting positions and staff? We've done the study. There's no doubt that when you build a new hospital facility, you do attract physicians and staff. That's what attracts them. When they see a new facility that's got the new state-of-the-art technology. With the new hospital, we will have no asbestos issues. When Mr. Rudy just done his report, there was no mention of that. Prevost Hospital, we got the report. It's about a 50-page report, the asbestos report of Prevost Hospital. There's asbestos, there's thousands and thousands of square footage of asbestos still in that building. There's asbestos from when you walk in from the front door, and when you walk to the rear, it's asbestos in the walls and the floors and the ceiling, everywhere. Now, why would we want to continue to attempt to remodel this type of facility that has an agent that we all know is a cancer-causing agent? Why would we want to continue to remodel something like that when we're in a financial position to build us a new facility? New facility has no asbestos issues. And yes, on the west bank of Ascension, there is land available to build a new hospital. And we will continue to operate Prevost until this new one is built. New hospital features. We will keep our critical access status because it has all the reimbursement advantages. We are currently licensed for 25 beds. We will keep that. But we will have beds with swing bed capacity. Our ER will have private rooms for confidentiality. Our ER will be designed for industrial accidents to help stabilize patients. The new St. Charles Parish Hospital, right down the river, they have a special sections in their emergency room to treat individuals that come in from injuries or accidents from the industries in their area. We will have that in our new facility. We will have private hospital rooms to accommodate families if they want to be there with their loved ones. We will have wheelchair accessibles in the restrooms in these patients' rooms, because currently we don't have that. We will have procedure rooms to generate income. It's possible to have infusion care there. Patients who are having outpatient, like cancer treatment, can stay closer to home. And we will have the technology capacity to support the state-of-the-art care. That's what we need on the west bank of Ascension. We have that on the east side of Ascension. We need that on the west side of Ascension. The new hospital will bring us to health care. That health care will be a major factor in economic development. We need economic development, and a new hospital facility gives you that. That's how we can offset this high poverty rate we got, by bringing economic opportunities. We need that on the West Bank. It brings quality of life issues for current and relocating families. It supports current and future industry. So we got all this future industry coming, and we want to be prepared for it. They, too, would appreciate if we had a new healthcare hospital facility on the West Bank. It will provide access to more complete care for our community. We are asking, Council, that you defer any capital expenditure budgets that is presented to you to do any type of renovation at Prevost Hospital. We're asking that you add a rural expert to the healthcare task force. And yes, I just seen a contract with Grace Abear and Curtis to do some work here, continuous work here at the courthouse, because Grace Abear and Curtis designed this new courthouse. And they can also do a preliminary cost projection for a new hospital on the west bank of Ascension. Council, we're asking you to help us improve the health and the economy of our community on the west bank of Ascension Parish that includes the city of Donaldsonville. I want to thank you all for all the support you've given us up to this point, because without you all, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. But I'm going to ask that you continue to support us, that we can build us a new hospital facility on the west bank of Ascension, which will more than likely be located in Donaldsonville, Louisiana, which is still the parish seat of Ascension Parish. Thank you.
All right. Hey, Mr. Glenn, you want to hang on for 1 second? I don't know if I have questions or comments, but Ms. Castro, you're up first.
Please forgive me. I was supposed to ask you all, what questions do you have?
Well, certainly, I have, if you're recognizing me,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
go ahead.
Thank you.
Please.
Mr. Glenn, thank you for that excellent presentation. I agree with you that a rural expert needs to be on that task force. And Mr. Burgess, I think, is here. I'm sure there he is. Mr. Burgess, you're open to that? Thank you very much. You know, I'm very excited that tonight we've had the opportunity, and we're going to have the opportunity to hear from Prevo, from SSA, and from the Sunrise Group. We have a team of professionals that I think you all have also been in touch with, who are leaders in healthcare and other members of the community. And if we add a rural expert, I think it'll make a big difference. We have a lot of ideas happening, and I'm so pleased to see that. This is what we're all here for. It's to entertain ideas, listen to the community, and then make a decision about what is the best path forward. And so I'm so excited that you all are involved. I think that is what we've been lacking for a long time, is a real organization in the community of Donaldsonville that will tell us what they need and how they need it delivered to them. Have you discussed your ideas with the board of directors and with the leadership at Prevo?
Yes, ma'am. We have had 3 meetings with the board of directors of Prevost Hospital. We went in to talk to them about our ideas. So when we learned that they were about to do this huge renovation, I'm talking about somewhere between $25 million to $28 million renovation. Nothing in those plans about removing any asbestos. But nevertheless, we told them, so look, we have been doing some research and we learned that Grace, Abear, and Curtis have built matter of fact, a lot of those that I just illustrated tonight were designed by that architecture firm. So we say, look, why don't you let them come in and take a look at things and see if they can give us a recommendation for a new facility. Do you know that the Vince Catawba, the director, would not allow those architects to come into the meeting? So they didn't even talk to them. That's when I contacted you all. So no, we didn't get any cooperations from the Board of Commissioners or from Vince Catawba at Prevost Hospital to listen to the community. They all sitting there talking about what they want to do with the money that belongs to the taxpayers. It's our money. But they didn't want to hear nothing we had to say about it. So yes, we met with them on 3 occasions respectfully, and we realized that we wasn't going to get anything accomplished with them, and that's when we contacted the Ascension Parish Council.
Can I follow up, sir?
Yep.
So you've heard Rudy's discussion. Did you meet with him as well?
Yeah, Rudy met with us, but he only met with us briefly.
Okay.
I mean, I heard him say that he talked to the people at Prevost for 4 to 5 hours, but he only gave us 30 minutes.
Okay. Well.
All right, and but we told him also, and I wanted him to say that tonight, that we want a new hospital. The building's been there for 55 years, had many issues. We didn't even talk about none of the mismanagement issues. We're not going to talk about that. So yeah, we want a new hospital facility on the west bank of Ascension, and we're in position to get it.
And do you agree that it would be helpful if there was some research done, some approaches made to practitioners, groups of practitioners across South Louisiana that could boost the number of physicians available, and in the course of boosting physicians, you boost product line, their specialties. Would it be helpful to have those people engaged? Should somebody even talk to them?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you, we are very, very happy that you all, the council, established a task force. And on that task force, a 16-member task force, on that task force, we do have representatives from Oshner's. We do have representatives from the Lake, from Baton Rouge General. And everyone on that task force is volunteering their time to help develop a plan that they're gonna submit to you all very soon about building a comprehensive, state-of-the-art medical facility on the west bank of Ascension. So yes, I have no doubt that the new facility will, and with the help of all of these larger healthcare, because keep in mind, remember Rudy just said that in 2018, they made those recommendations that they would talk to those healthcare organizations, and they didn't do it. Because like he said, they want to just keep things their way over there. But the majority, if you talk to the majority of the residents in Donaldsonville, Louisiana, they're not happy with Prevost Hospital. Half of us don't go there for medical services. That's a fact. As a matter of fact, Council, if I can say this, we had a resident last year that got sick. He had symptoms of a heart attack or stroke. He couldn't breathe much. His chest was hurting him. And a family member suggested to him that you go over to Prevost Hospital and get checked out. But he refused to do it. He said, I'm gonna take my chances and go get across the river to Gonzales to the lake. This is a fact, this is a true story. He got up on the top of the Sunshine Bridge and took with a massive heart attack and died. Now, could Prevost have helped him? Probably so, we don't know. But he didn't have confidence in Prevost. And that's the attitude of the majority of the residents in Donaldsonville. So I wish Rudy had done that. Talk to the residents. We have many of them here tonight.
I will tell you, I can tell you that he was doing an update to a study that had been done a few years ago. It would have taken a lot more time and a lot more money to be able to talk to the community, because they did that, I think, in 2018 by sending out lots of cards for people to comment on, and lots of surveys were done. That we just didn't have time for a full engagement. But we did need to know what had happened between the last time they were suggested that they look at some new ideas and now. So you have not seen any change in your community and any change in the approach of the hospital board and its administration since 2018?
No, ma'am, nothing of anything of any notice, anything that we thought would increase and improve the health care at Prevost Hospital.
Well, you got a little exercise yard.
Yeah, and that nobody used.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Are you familiar, Mr. Price, with the Wellness Center and at Thibodeau Regional?
Yes, ma'am, that is state-of-the-art model.
Yeah. That's the same thing that Donaldsonville could have, rather than that little exercise
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If the board of directors and the administration at Prevost would listen.
They won't. They act like that hospital belongs to them. It belongs to the residents.
Well, I have nothing else. I'm just very grateful that Mr. Price and his group has decided to take this on, and I'm honored to try to help them.
All right, Mr. Lawler?
Yeah, Mr. Price, thank you. I took a little time to look up the St. James Parish Hospital. They have an industry and contract services center. So, and the reason I'm saying this, I mean, you may know this, but I didn't have any knowledge of this. They do DOTD drug testing, non-DOTD drug testing, all kind of drug testing, which are all things that industry is going to require. And I know Coach would always talk about when these industries come to the West Bank, when they get over there, they got to hire people from the West Bank. And to make that easier, if you have the testing over there, they have physical exams and screenings, exactly what is needed to get the hiring process going. And those are all things that can be profitable for this hospital.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm asking of you is don't forget about that. I'm asking for Mr. Burgess back there. I know we're also talking about the rural aspect of this. Can we also, I don't know if we have to have a specialist on what industry needs, but keep that a focus, because that is something that can also bring profit to the hospital and make it work better for the community. Because it's going to grow. That area will grow, and it needs to have these kind of profit operations in there. I mean, they've got diagnostics, they've got education. This is all stuff that I think if we focus on that, it'll make this much more profitable in the future, which is going to be great for the community and give it an opportunity to grow. The other thing that I want to add, I didn't know him well, but Kurt Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry we lost him.
Yes, sir.
I only met him a couple times, and he was a good man. So thank you for introducing me to him. I obviously just a good guy, and I know he worked hard for this, and I don't want to let his work go unnoticed.
You better believe it. Thank you for that.
Well,
Thank you for that. You know something? A few days before Kurt left us, matter of fact, Kurt was very much the architect of our planning for a new healthcare facility in Donaldsonville. But a few days before he left us, he called me from the hospital. And he said, "Hey, Glenn." I said, "Yeah, Kurt." He said, "Guess what, bro? We're going to get that new hospital." Now, that was like the third time he'd called me with that, okay? But he was so enthusiastic, he was so fired up about this because he knew what this would do for our community. So when Kurt came to the first meeting on August 3rd in Donaldsonville at the courthouse, his family, they're here tonight, they had to help him get up the stairs there, okay, because he was still in his recovery from his cancer treatment. But he got up there and he got up in and he gave 4 advantages to a new hospital in Donaldsonville. He spoke to the council. And he stayed on it and he stayed on it. And so we are motivated by him as well to get this, the entire West Bank, because everybody knows Kurt Mitchell. We are motivated to get this. And again, I want to thank the council for your help.
Ms. Castle, you had another comment?
I was hoping perhaps that Robert could come and give us just a brief, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, give us a brief update on where the task force is at this point. And
All right, thank you.
We'll pin him down to that rural member while he's standing there.
Can I jump in here before he gets up?
Yep. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. President.
So I've been looking into this just a little bit. I'm not sure, until we do our community assessment, which follows this critical needs assessment part. And so we will be reaching out to the community, Mr. Price, and doing that assessment door to door and spending those resources to get that input from the community, because I know when I walked Donaldsonville several times in the community before the election, a lot of times they told me they traveled to Thibodeau for their medical services. So I had some extensive conversations about that. But there's a component here. We have made tremendous strides in the vocational school attached to Donaldsonville High recently, and we're excited about that progress. There is federal funding for a training center if we were to build a new facility. And so tapping into federal funding, training medical assistants, physician assistants, not only do we have a new hospital for medical services, but also a job creator right there on the West Bank in addition to getting federal funding for that. So I just wanted to make that note that that's an important consideration to tap into those funding, as well as having the benefit of having some training within the West Bank for jobs and creation. So I just wanted to make sure that we knew that was out there, and if we decide that that's the route, we'll need to get aggressive on looking at federal funding for that new facility. And with the 3127 and the connection street into several points, I did want to note that Mayor Donaldsonville, Mr. Leroy, we appreciate him being here and for this discussion as well, because we're going to have to start creating a vision for the West Bank, and that vision of the job creation and new developments and what that looks like in the future. And of course, this hospital will be a component of that, not only serving the residents of Ascension, but also the region, breaking out into Assumption and St. James and parts of Iberville, coming to a regional hospital on the West Bank with the ability to get some job training on site as well, to service a larger area and to bring in possibly larger partners because of that. So you're not just talking about Donaldsonville. They would reap the benefits, of course, but you would talk about a facility that could reach beyond our parish lines and help a lot of the citizens on the West Bank in general. So I just wanted to note that federal funding is out there, and there's a component of job training that could be implemented in a new facility, and I think that would be a great job creator on the West Bank. Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, welcome.
Haven't seen you in a while. I appreciate the opportunity to give you an update. A couple of Sundays ago, the task force gave up their about 90% of their Sunday to meet to talk about this particular subject. We started with Rudy presenting to us the community needs, health needs assessment, and the implications of what he talked about tonight upon what we were discussing in terms of what was needed. That was a very good discussion. We had a presentation from Capillary Services about what they provide to us in terms of mental health care to the parish in return for what we spend. We also had a presentation on maternal and infant mortality from Women's Hospital. We talked to an outside group called Vigilant Health from Nashville and Birmingham. They've had quite success in dealing with clinics and helping solve chronic health issues in diabetes, heart care, et cetera. And they do this with a rather unique insurance plan that costs the users zero. So we spent a great deal of time because every place they've had success is exactly like Donaldsonville. We had 2 additions to the task force. We had Mayor Sullivan and Travis Fernandez, who's part of Sunrise. We also added, because we have 16 authorized people, we needed more people. So I created a guest group. And the guest group includes the Director of Health of the parish, the Chancellor of River Parishes Community College, the Director of Health for the jail. We just added Pastor Cleveland Washington. We added the Vigilant Health Group. We've made all the documents that we have in our possession available to them, and they're invited to every meeting that we have from now on. I've also told Pastor Washington that I would meet with any pastor or any group of pastors because they're very critical to selling the vision of what we're talking about going forward. We also are working on researching all the statutes that govern rural health facilities and the tax statutes so that we can ensure that when we come up with a plan, we're using the money appropriately and keeps us out of trouble, and that we can maximize the use of that. We also have somebody working with Blue Cross and Centene to look at all the claims data so we can get a pretty good indication of what is happening to the population. So there are a lot of things happening. We have, you mentioned an expert in rural health care. We have 2 experts in the rural financing arena. The former Secretary of Louisiana Department of Health, and Sean Prados, who's also an expert in the financing. But I'm going to reach out to Edgardo, who's CEO of Baton Rouge General, to add a person to our guest group who runs the link network that was mentioned by the Sunrise Group. She has put together a consortium of about 17 rural hospitals in this parish and has done a stellar job of attracting physicians and physician services to rural health hospitals across the state. In fact, we met with her yesterday, so we're teed up to ask her. So we've got that on the way. So we're making a lot of progress. We still believe we're on track to come back to you in December to give you a vision. As you would expect, we can't give you all numbers and business cases and all that. We want to do what Sunrise, similar to what Sunrise has done, give you the vision of what could be, and then give you a plan to say this is how you get it implemented. Go get these experts, get the financial analysis done, and then move forward. So, anything else? I'm good.
Well, thank you, Ms. Burgess.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see. All right, so next up, we're going to have the presentation approval of West Ascension Hospital Board, but before they come up, I do have 2 speakers. The first one is Sherry Mitchell-Levy. Dr. Sherry, I apologize.
No problem. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cherie Mitchell-Levy, and I'm a long-term resident of Donaldsonville. I grew up in Donaldsonville and attended school from elementary to high school. I live in Donaldsonville currently, and my family lives there also. And when I say family, that includes the entire Donaldsonville community. Today, I stand before you asking that you only approve an operational budget for Prevost Memorial Hospital. The people of Donaldsonville deserve to have a quality hospital close to home. We deserve to have a hospital where we are not afraid to go. We deserve a hospital with administrators, staff, and board members that make decisions for the betterment of all individuals, no matter what walks of life. And I want to emphasize all. A few days on the radio, I heard someone ask, and I'm paraphrasing, why do certain people get to make the decision about what's best for other people? Let's think about that. In a political world, many of us vote to have those people make decisions for us. And many of us assume that the representatives we choose will utilize their voice to initiate positive change for all the people. But we know that this is not always the case. We also know that the answer no is more prevalent in some communities over others. What human does not want another human to have better? All we are simply asking is to have what others already have. We are simply asking for social justice. And as stated by Dr. Martin Luther King, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Whatever affects one directly affects us all indirectly. You can keep me in the gutter with your foot on my neck, but remember, to keep me there, you must stand there with me. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Levy. Doctor, what type of doctor are you?
Education.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next public speaker, Mr. Glenn Price. So please come to the mic, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Glenn.
Quick comment that I know that the Prevo Hospital is going to submit their budget tonight, and I'm just asking the council to not approve anything in that budget that has to do with capital investment or capital improvement. I can understand that if we're going to approve a budget for them for operating, you have to do that, but not for any type of capital investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the public speakers I had for K. So, Prevost, whoever would like to present the budget?
My name is Henry Chauvin. I was asked to look at this Prevost Hospital quite some time ago, and it looks like one of the big questions is whether new or renovate. And I've had quite a bit of hospital experience. I worked on Hotel Dieu Hospital in New Orleans, did additions and renovations to Children's Hospital, did 5 additions to Mercy Hospital, and have some experience with hospitals. And what we looked at is we have an existing hospital that never flooded. It went through 165-mile-an-hour winds with Betsy and got no damage. The slabs are not cracked. The patient wing has a foundation that can even hold 2 stories. The building is solid as a rock. What we have on site is we have in our program, we're not going to touch 14,000 square feet, which is already worth $4.36 million. We have 7 new emergency rooms, modern as can be. We keep hearing about people can't get in the bathroom. I designed those doors. They're 3'6" wide, they're not 3 foot wide. There's people can't fit on an airplane today. They can fit in Prevost Hospital bathroom and also into their shower room. Probably the only hospital around that has that. But anyway, with all of this solid, brand new roof, foundation, everything, we're looking to renovate 35,000 square feet. The biggest thing that was a concern was to get all of these specialists to start coming. And it was in the needs study also, the first one, to come to Donaldsonville, and we provide this new 15,000, excuse me, 15,000 square foot medical office building and some new additions. When this project is completed, we're gonna have roughly 67,860 square feet and a full-service hospital for the people of Donaldsonville, 67,860. And after going through several contractors and trying to get prices on this with people that's bidding hospitals every day, the construction cost is around $22.9 million. We asked, what would it cost to build a brand-new hospital? A brand-new hospital with 67,860 square feet would be $42.4 million. So what's happening is, if we had made a decision, let's go ahead with a new hospital, Prevost would have to come up with an additional $19 million just for construction. Now, they also have in their lab $1 million worth of equipment. We just put a new blood testing machine, they have mammographs, and they have all of this equipment already in the hospital. They have the land already bought. A new hospital is gonna have to have land bought. They have also room for expansion, and really, I mean, they were talking about maybe setting up some extra buildings to give people education in the medical field. But I mean, I'm just hitting it roughly because we don't have many minutes, but I'm gonna let Mr. Glenn Higgins, he's a certified X-ray technician and architect, to go through some of the things that we have so far.
Maybe that's not the best. The first slide you see here is a general site of what's there and what is initially being proposed. Can I use this? Does it work? Does it show up? Get over there.
All right.
Okay. All right, the first area is the main building, which is, you see the main interior building there, and the patient wing to the left. That's existing. To the left of that is the medical office building, or what we call medical services building. And to accommodate all this new square footage, we have parking to the north side there, as well as a holding pond, which is required by the drainage board. And we also have purchased land on the upper side of that, and there's additional parking there as well as another holding pond. This is the proposed floor plan. On the left side, you see the medical office building. It's got 12 exam rooms for different purposes. 2 of those exam rooms are for bariatric patients. To the left, we have physicians' offices and services. You'll see there's like 3 corridors. The patient will come from the waiting room to the center corridor, and the people giving the services come from the outside corridor into those patient rooms. The upper right-hand corner has 3 sleeping spaces, and they are basically for people on call, whether it be X-ray, lab, or physicians on call. It's all sitting there for them. The connecting portion has a treatment room and the nurse's lounge and nurse's office there. In the lower right-hand corner is a conference room. As you go to the patient wings, the lower side has 8 patient wings there, and they have 2 of those which are set up for bariatric patients, which means these doors are about 4 foot wide so that anybody can get into them. All of these patient rooms, both on the upper and lower section, this whole building is gutted. It's a whole new patient room system. And they all meet codes, they all meet everything that you need. The upper left-hand corner of a patient room is also an isolation room, way up left. Then you come down to the middle, and there's a renovated nurses' station, and opposite that is a new pharmacy. Okay, and then on the right of that is a brand-new, added-in rehab center inside and outside. The upper right of that is the new mechanical electrical systems. And you go all the way down to the orange section. That is the new administrative area and admit area. And you have a nice, very new lounge, not lounge, but lobby space where people come in. And if you'll also notice, between the MOB and the front of the building, there's a connection there as well, so that when people come out from general services, they can go back in for admission if necessary. And again, this is the, it's set up by function in terms of how the medical office building works. Well, I did that. We've been there already, okay. This is a rendering of the left side is the medical office building. You come out with the colonnade that's extended towards the back a little bit is where the connection is. And the back green spot, that's where the rehab center is. And the forward area is both administration and a porte cochere, which is behind the tree. It'll show up later. This is the entry to the medical services building. You have a porte cochere, you have the waiting room up front, and the service areas in the back. Here is the porte cochere for the main entrance. It enters the lobby, and then from there you go into the admit area. And what you have here in the lower left is the lobby space for the main building. And, no, the lobby space. Yeah, the lobby space there. And you'll notice that it's almost a photograph. The technology that we use it mimics all the materials exactly that we're proposing. So you get what you see here. And if you don't like that, we can change it. It's easy, because we still have everything in the drawing phase. On the right side, it's kind of an exploded blow-up view, aerial view, looking down into the front 8 patient rooms. And again, I said the one on each side is the bariatric room, and the rest of them are state-of-the-art patient rooms that can be used whatever way you need. They can be swing rooms or whatever. Here we have a conference room from the medical office building. And this is the lobby of the medical office building. Again, the materials are exactly replicated here. And you'll see it's a fairly pleasant place to be.
I wanted to mention that
Come on up.
It was called a sketch before. This isn't actually a sketch. This is a rendering that's done from a 3D modeling of the drawing, the design documents. This is not something that's like an ethereal thing that we just sketched up.
Sir, can you go to the microphone, please?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is actually not a sketch that was called before. This is actually a 3D modeling of the facility that is drawn from the design documents for this. This is actually what's already drawn in this building. And then we've taken it and done a 3D view of it and rendered it. And that's what this is. We design in a 3D process now. We don't do 2D plans anymore. Everything's done so that you make sure, because the hospitals are very critical in the fact of the layering of systems in there, that we have to have enough clearance. And then you also have to design for future modifications to it. So all of that comes into play when we do our designs. So 3D modeling is extremely important in what we do. So this is not a sketch, this is what we've designed.
Any questions?
You have to cover
Huh?
the portable hotel. Well, I'm not through. Are you through?
You go ahead.
Okay, and one of the other things I want to warn you about, I'm a mechanical engineer, Robert Utley. I am from Shreveport, my office is in Shreveport, Louisiana. And I wanted to warn y'all about the capital expenditures, locking that up. There are things that are required by Joint Commission, Department of Health, that are required to be done at all hospitals, not just Prevost, that require the use of capital expenditures. These are actually ongoing at the facility now. If y'all lock it, that can cause some severe issues with the hospital. So y'all should be careful in doing such, I would recommend. I can tell you, I have to reiterate what he said. With pricing the way it's gone these days, I've worked at hospitals that were built in 1909 that now take up 3 city blocks. The real hospitals, Ochsner is still where Ochsner Clinic was. It's just grown. It's across the street now. Most hospitals stay where they are. When Ochsner moves out, they go buy somebody else's hospital. So buying and building new and why do they do that? It's much more expensive to build new. So they generally go ahead and renovate. It's the most judicial use of money. And that's about all I can, any questions?
Huh? What's that? Okay. So is this the presentation just on the potential renovation?
I'm just also, I have some projects that are ongoing there that I would caution y'all about locking up capital expenditures.
So are y'all going to present the budget, like the operating budget?
No, I'm not, we're not that. We're the design team for this facility.
Well, we were told that the budget was sent to y'all.
No, so is there no one here from Prevost?
No?
We're the design team. That's all we
Oh, wow. Oh, I would have stopped y'all long ago if I knew that the director or anybody didn't have the decency to show up. Huh? And you are, sir.
I'm the IT department head.
Oh, well, that makes me warm and fuzzy. All right. So at this point, I'm gonna just.
I'm happy to make a motion
that we don't do anything with
we
any of
don't do
this.
anything until and I
Let
would
me-
caution, Mr. Chairman, we
Look,
need
I do
to-
just want to say real quick,
Please,
I'm
go
sorry to
ahead.
cut you off, is
Me
that
too.
the budget that we were sent is a copied and paste line item from September of '22 to August of '23. Every single column for every single month is exactly the same. I have 12 months of expenditures here and the same. I want to know how our utilities every single month for the last 12 months were exactly $14,869.37. I want to know how for 12 consecutive months we refunded exactly $7,132.17. How is the revenue the exactly same to the penny for 12 straight months? The pharmacy expenditures exactly the same. Revenue exactly the same. Free care write-off exactly the same.
Patrick?
Is that possible?
Well, the only information I have is exactly what you have, and I'm assuming, and I don't know, that maybe they made an annual projection and just divided by the months.
But it's not a projection. It's dated for the past
Yeah.
12
And
months.
so I don't know if that's actuals or it's not. The other question I have is, I don't think there was a capital.
No, there's
budget.
nothing on the
And,
capital.
you know, I guess some of the things I'm hearing here today is also who gave authority to make a capital expenditures, because I don't think I've seen a capital budget.
Yeah. So,
You're welcome, sir. Glad to.
yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm ranting, but so the director nor one of the 5 board members decided to show up. Okay.
Chairman Melissa, I was told Fortin Tablada was gonna be here to present it.
to present the budget? I don't want to hear from them. I want to hear from the director, the board of directors, or the CFO, because the CFO makes the exact same dollar every single month. Okay, no, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I'm asking someone to just don't do anything with any of this.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we defer until the November 5th meeting? Second, November 2nd, and that we ask that what is sent to us for November the 2nd is a budget for fiscal year 23, 24, not their accruals. I mean, does anybody know if there's an accountant that works at the hospital? Is there a CFO there? Do they have a budget? Or are they just and can they come to a meeting?
I don't think these guys.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
No.
And I'm not talking to you, gentlemen, you know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with the
We're here.
citizens here, though, and with the administration and this council. This hospital administrator and his board of directors has thumped their nose at the governing authority in Ascension Parish since 2017, when we said,
Like y'all have treated them.
that is bullshit.
No, that's not bullshit.
That is
Easy.
bullshit.
You over here trying to get your hospital over in
That is
Donaldsonville
bullshit.
with your little
Excuse my
explanation. So keep,
Hey, order,
Yeah.
hey,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
we're not doing this. Who are you talking to? Who am I mocking? Do you see anybody here, Mr. Robert? No, please, we're not doing that.
I'm staying on this one.
Yeah,
I'm not staying out of this one. We've been-
okay. No, I'm gonna just shut this down, Ms. Terry. There we go. All right, we have so I have a motion from Ms. Terry, a second from Mr. Cannavati to defer all until November 2nd.
But they need to, my motion includes that they need to produce a budget, that we
Okay.
need to understand. When we go to approve a budget, we need a budget to look at, not some accrual numbers.
Okay. All right, any objection? Hearing none, so moved. Thank you, gentlemen. You have a good night.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Long time, hotel due.
And, all right, we're moving on to item 9L.
Got,
It's the animal shelter, right? Okay, we do have some speakers on 9L. Okay, first, Miss Katrina Bonamalo.
Good evening again. I am coming up here to let you know that I would like this motion to be at least tabled, if not taken off the agenda completely. I think there's so many questions about this that there have not been answers to, and spending this much money without answers, not even knowing how much of the land we can build on because it's possible wetlands, the mitigation, what it would cost to do that, and the time. I don't think we're doing Kara's House any favor by buying this land without answers to all these questions. I looked it up on a map. It is in a flood zone. It's unfair to drop this on the new council, and it's very irresponsible to do that when we don't have answers to all these questions. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Tim Babin. Okay, Miss Polly, you're next. Miss Polly Glover.
I'll be brief. A little bit of confusion as to whether we have, let me look at my notes, whether we have 11.51 acres of property or whether we have 8.72 acres of property, whether we have 6.4 acres of possible wetlands, okay? So I guess what I'm going to speak to is a couple of concerns that I have just in general about the wetlands, okay? Wetlands mitigation, whether it's, 2 acres, 10 acres, 100 acres, 186 like I'm dealing with outside of this parish, is costly, expensive, time-consuming. I'll go on the record also stating that I have a lot of animals at my house and certainly respect the need for a animal shelter to be built in an expeditious manner. However, mitigation is problematic. We've also know that your average cost, depending on where you look at it, can run anywhere from 20 to 40,000, if not higher, okay? Just running simple math says that that's a problem. I would request that the council, you know, whether you vote on it or not tonight, I don't really care, but I would suggest that you do due diligence on the wetlands, really kind of look at it closely. I'd also suggest that you look at the May ruling, Sackett versus the EPA, see what potential impacts that may have, okay? I do know that it's gonna slow us down. It's already slowing down projects that we're working on across the state as we delve into where we're headed with that ruling at the federal level with regards to the impacts at the state and eventually down to the local level. So I'm just asking y'all to kind of delve into that. If any of y'all want to see the ruling, holler at me, I've got it. I've sat in meetings from across the nation about 6 times since May. That's pretty much where I stand. I'm just asking you to look at your cost, benefit analysis. You know, if you need to find another piece of property, you know, building on wetlands, adding a whole lot of concrete, a lot of fill doesn't really work. Ideally, you need to put, you know, pier and beam, pier and piling. We've already made that mistake across the parish. That's all I'm gonna ask y'all to do is do your due diligence, okay? Happy to be before y'all tonight, too. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Polly. Up next, Ms. Pam Alonzo.
Hello. I just want to reemphasize what the people before me have said. I think we need to wait until we've done some due diligence on the property. I know I did a simple search on the internet and found it's been listed for sale since October of 2018. So it's already been sitting there for 5 years. So property doesn't sit very long for Ascension Parish most of the time. It moves pretty well if it's good usable property and it's reasonably priced. So it makes me wonder. So I think we will not do the Kara's house, the animals, or the taxpayers and the residents of Ascension Parish if we rush it. We need to take our time and do our due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, up next, Michelle Unitas. Did I butcher your last name?
Unitas, just
No,
like Johnny.
Like Johnny, there we go.
My father-in-law,
There we go.
Your father-in-law?
honest to God. Yep. So, new person to Ascension Parish, not new to Louisiana. My ex is from New Iberia, so retired Navy, came here to be near my daughter. Anyhow, I jumped into the politics in the area back when I went to my first listening tour with at Dutchtown High School. And this became kind of one of the things that I was kind of interested in. I have a property that backs to an abandoned property, and it's overrun with feral cats. So I'm like, what do we do with these cats, and how do we, you know, what's the facility? So then I kind of following the path of all the things here, and 3 different properties. The most expensive one is what the council chose to go with. I did budgets and due diligence to federal tax dollars for 20 years post my service. And I'm just wondering why we're not doing that here. There's still mitigation, like Ms. Polly said, to the wetlands and the space that you're looking at. There's the squirreliness of how much acreage we were looking at. I watched a meeting, one of the council meetings, we went from 11 acres to 8 acres to, oh, it's gonna be 8 and 3, that's gonna be a gift. I'm like, well, there's a tax break. I'm just trying to follow the money and find out who's benefiting from what. There's been a lot of rumor that I've been following, and it's a little too much in the gray area for my comfort factor. So, and we still have to look at the maintenance of the facility once we've got it built, and we still haven't built the facility. We're just looking at the piece of ground that it's sitting on. And if we're gonna spend twice as much to put a building on the piece of ground, then what can we be doing for the pets and the animals after that we could be saving that $500,000 on?
Thank you. Up next, Mr. Chris Abear. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you check. I'm sorry. You filled out a red card. You are against, but you wish not to speak. We have Ms. Donna Jones, also red card, but wishes not to speak. Ms. Brenda Whitney would like to speak.
My question to you guys and lady, what's the rush? We've waited this long. Why are we rushing into this particular piece of property? What's so special about this piece of property? Let's wait a little while. Let's do our due diligence. Everything these other speakers have mentioned, I'm totally behind. I think we need to weigh all our options. We need to make sure what we're doing is not just best for Kara's house, but best for the citizens of Ascension, best for the pets, best for all of us involved, because something just doesn't smell right about this deal. I don't know what it is. I'm not sure. I can't tell you. I just know things don't add up. And why are we rushing into this piece of property? Let's stop. Let's do our due diligence. Let's make sure we make the best decision for everyone involved.
Thank you. Let's see. I have Mr. Brian Hillensbeck. Doesn't have a box. You want to speak? Yep. Please come up.
How you doing? There's no doubt we need a new place, but this is just too rushed. It don't feel right. If this gets voted through, it's gonna make the new council look bad. They need to do more due diligence on this. It's just, something ain't right with it. So I just think we need to hold off.
All right. Let's see, and I have one more speaker, Ms. Nina Wagner. Wager, I'm sorry. I'm on hour 18. I'm pushing through.
Well, I'll try not to keep you here till 1. I know I have a timeline. Let's see, I'll put a timer. All right, well, first of all, thank you so much. I see there's a lot on the agenda and a lot of, major topics and things that have been around for a long time. And it did make me feel better seeing the hospital topic, because it reminded me of our situation with the shelter, just the amount of years that have gone by where nothing's really happened. So a little bit about me. My name's Nina Wager. I'm the secretary/treasurer of the Ascension Parish Animal Services Board. This board was created in January, or 2019. It was approved by the council, and I became one of the first members in January 2020. So I am extremely familiar with every single detail. I'm the secretary. I take extremely detailed notes. So I really have answers to everyone's questions. So basically, it's been 4 years that we've been waiting on a shelter. The millage tax was voted on in May of 2018, so it's over 5 years ago, like I mentioned earlier. I would like to shed some light on some of the subjects, the items that President Clement mentioned in his press release. There were a lot of really nasty comments on Facebook and social media. A lot of it is, it's just, whether the person's not informed properly, or, just being very, just mean. So it was really hard to see some of those things written on Facebook about Jim Keller, who I've just been working with this property, but I don't know him personally, and just some other of the council members. I'm sorry that y'all are having to, hear some of those negative things. I would like to clarify that I am here as an individual, as a resident of Ascension. I'm not here representing the Animal Services Board. This is just me personally. But I am very familiar with all that goes on with the Animal Services Board. So, again, I'm trying to keep it a little short. So, first, President, the president put out the press release, and the main argument seemed to be that the potential wetlands on the site. And I would just like to point out that Shelter Planners of America is a third party that we hired. The parish hired, the Animal Services Board recommended this company. They're extremely knowledgeable. Shelter Planners of America said that the airline property would work for the shelter.
Hey, I'll tell you what, because Ms. Nina is 5 years deep does anybody have any issue with me letting her continue? I think you, maybe more than anybody, has the details of the stuff, and if it's okay with you, I'd like you to continue.
Thank you. So Shelter Planners was able to design the shelter and the square footage and the layout that we needed that was not marked in the red area that's potential wetlands, according to the ELOS report. Is there any way we could put that picture up? I sent that because I do think it's important that everyone sees. I don't have a little laser, but the top part is the red area is the potential wetland area. And then the bottom part, you can see at the very front of the property, that's a long airline. That is the small section that the Shelter Planners of America put the shelter. So you can see it's designed in front of the red section. So therefore, that part is not affecting what ELOS said is potential wetlands. So that should maybe make some people feel better. Also, I'd like to note that the airline property land survey that was done by a professional company is 8.724 acres, but the ELOS report said 11.51 acres. And I'm honestly, I don't know where that came from. I know that number is confusing and a lot of people are thrown off by it. But that's the first that I've seen that because the appraisal and the survey all say 8.724. So of that 8.724, Jim Keller, the owner, was going to sell 5 acres and then donate the 3 acres to the shelter. But then there is a minimum price, and this has been negotiated since day one, of $840,000. And I'm sure there's some other things that could be maybe added to the negotiation about, if there are any wetland fees or anything. I'm sure we could, incorporate that in the sale. But that $840,000 price has been the price since day one, which is back in April. And basically, in closing, I would just like to say that I do not believe the red potential wetland area, the ELOS report map, are really an issue because the Shelter Planners America chose the non-red area, and also the federal definition of wetlands now states that the property must be connected to water. There are no waterways near this site, which is really rare to find in Ascension Parish. And council, I just ask that you vote yes to proceed with purchasing the property on Airline. We've been waiting 5 years. This is the closest we've been in the past 2 years in finding a property. And Mr. President, I ask that you try to work with council on this. I know it's been a touchy subject, but that you sign the purchase agreement and hopefully don't veto it after. And I'd love to hear your concerns with the property too, because obviously there's something that that we don't know, and I'm very curious to hear it. So that's my main points. Do you have any questions for me?
I think Mr. Lawler has one.
I have a couple of questions and a couple of statements. You can stay up there. I heard a couple of things in the beginning about building on wetlands. Somebody said that we can't build on wetlands. You can. It's done all the time. In every commercial property. In fact, I don't know if we've seen a property lately that didn't have wetlands on it. In fact, the first property that was brought to us several months ago had 1/3 of the property, maybe more of it, was wetlands. And that was, at the time, I didn't hear the concerns about that. So you can build on wetlands, it's just you have to remediate the wetlands. The flood zone, somebody said that this is in a flood zone. It's in flood zone X. That is not designated as a flood hazard. In fact, you don't even need flood insurance in it. That's the best flood zone you can have. So this is high and dry property. So that's one of my concerns, is there's a lot of misinformation out there that
Yes.
people are spreading that, oh, this is in a flood zone. It's not. It's the best flood zone we could get.
And we've also looked at the 2016 flood map, and it did not affect this property at all.
Correct. I guess some of my questions are for you. I've heard a lot about due diligence. How long has the Animal Services Board, I know Mr. Shaw's here also, he's welcome if he wants to help some of these. The Animal Services Board, how long have y'all been looking at properties?
Well, we've been in existence, for 3 years, almost 4 years, and it was always assumed that the property from day one was going to be in Lamar Dixon. That's just where we were told. We just assumed it. So years went by, and we focused a lot of our efforts on building, renovating the current shelter because it was so deplorable. Just so that it could last another 3 to 5 years. Because, we thought by now we would kind of be in one, but we're not. But that's okay, because they have a renovated property that can last them a few more years. So once we found out that Lamar Dixon was no longer an option for us, then we had to start the search. And that's been about 2 years. And it's been a lot of, we might have found a property, we had to do an appraisal, and then we wait 6 months, and then the appraisal came in $1 million over budget. And Ruth Phillips helped us a lot in the beginning, and the appraisals, the parish cannot purchase a property that's 10% over appraisal. That has been very difficult to find. That's been one of our biggest hurdles. Also, it not being in a flood zone or backing up to a bayou, we do not want, the Animal Services Board feels very strongly about this. We do not want to buy a property in a flood zone. And most of these properties that we've looked at, there's been 16 on a spreadsheet the past year that we've kind of been narrow things down to. The majority of those properties, and it's not just at the edge of a flood zone, it's in the darkest blue portion of the flood zone. We just cannot choose one of those properties. So we finally narrowed it down to 5 properties for the council, and, back in April or May, and then council narrowed it down to the top. We sent all of them to you, and then we said the top 5, and then the top 3, and then recently you narrowed it to the top 1, and that's when the negotiations started. But really, the negotiations started back in April when Jim Keller first reached out to us, and he reached out to us because the administration, per our request, the Animal Services Board put out a press release asking the parishioners, does anyone have any land that they want to donate or sell or donate or both? And Jim Keller read that article months later, and he reached out to us, and that was back in April this year. And John Cacalinati, he heard about this. He had Jim call me. You didn't even talk to Jim. You just gave me his number, or the realtor gave me the number, and I've been in communication with him. So we've done everything right. The past 6 months, we had to wait on all the appraisals on all 3 properties. We had to wait for Shelter Planners of America to do their renditions. We had to wait on the ELOS to do their wetlands survey. So we've done everything, and everything's been very transparent. Everyone's that needed a copy of any of these reports received a copy. So I personally was just a little, caught off guard, and I think the Animal Services Board was caught off guard with the press release because we had no idea you were against the property. So we learned about that through the press release. And, it was just upsetting because I feel that someone from admin could have mentioned to us that there were concerns, 2 months prior to today. So, because we wasted a lot of money, doing some of the things that we did. So that's another thing I think would be helpful to get answers to.
You kind of mentioned this, because I know there's a lot of talk about due diligence, and I've heard people tonight, but also I've seen people saying that they're looking at one property, or that they haven't looked at a bunch of properties. more than just the 16, there have been other properties, because I know I found some that were way out in, I forget where, but off of,
The horse farm?
there was a
farm?
horse farm, yes.
I went out and looked at that.
Yeah, and there was
Is
another
that-
one even further out, and I forget the name of the road, there's a little church out there, when there's one by Lake Primary, but far away from main highways.
Mhm.
And those, I learned the hard way, are just not gonna work. So,
Well-
I mean, we've looked at more than 16
Oh,
properties.
yes, yeah, and this has been years. It's not just, so we had to find a property that's not in a major flood zone.
Let me ask you real quick.
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, we don't want to have to evacuate the animals. That's one of the biggest hurdles right now in Sorrento with the shelter. It's extremely taxing to Kara's house, all the volunteers. The administration is extremely involved with, finding the police force to help, setting it up. It's difficult. And then they're stuck there for a year or so. And then they go back. Lamar doesn't like it. I mean, no one likes it. So we really want to be able to have a property that has a generator on site, it has a roof that's not going to blow off, it's not going to flood. And also, it's important that the employees are able, that it's not going to flood. We don't want something, with a moat around it. We need to be able to get the employees to and from the shelter and the volunteers. So we were very excited to find a property that was, not 2.5 million. The original price of this property was, it appraised at $2,045,000. And in the negotiations, Jim Keller. I'm so sorry, $1,045,000. And in the negotiations, Jim Keller reduced the price to $840,000. And he knew that we didn't need all 8 acres, so he was going to donate the back 3 acres and then give it to us. Because, I mean, I just met him tonight, we've communicated. But, I mean, I know he's already brought some kittens to Kara's house. He has a lot of cats on his property. He's an animal person. So I think I feel that he truly wants this property for the shelter and that it is not a political reason behind it. I think he was kind of attacked a little bit on Facebook and social media, but I truly believe that this is a sincere gesture that he's doing. He's selling the property at a lower price. He wants it for the shelter. And yes, he's had the property for a while, but he's willing to take a price cut so that it could be a win-win for the parish.
My final question, I won't keep you up there forever, and it's kind of for you and Councilman Mason, because I know he and I have been talking about this a lot. There was another property, the Lamandola property, and I think Michael knows the people,
Yes.
and you may have contacted the people. One of the concerns is that it appraised for a certain value. Michael, were you ever able to talk to them to see if they even would give us a number?
He's not gonna.
Yeah.
Both of them withdrew once I got the appraisal, both of them withdrew their property.
Yeah, so to answer someone's question, there were top 3 properties. This is only one that's stuck. The other 2 are, it was $540,000. That was a Lamandola. We all love that. The Animal Services Board, that was our #1 pick. Once he got that price, he said, no, I'm not selling it for that. I mean, he's gonna want double. And we can't pay over 10% the appraisal price. And then there was another one that I guess they withdrew too, but also Shelter Planners of America did not like that property once they realized it was the top 3. And they basically, it backs up to a bayou, it's gonna flood, and it's also right underneath power lines that go through the property. So it's just not ideal. So the only property so far that's gonna work, that we have looked years and years to find, is this one on Airline. So that's why it's frustrating because there's just so many more steps to this process, and we're ready to just get a property. The next council can say there's going to be 100 other steps to this, and they're going to be very well versed on it, but we need a starting point, and that's why we were hoping that something could be done tonight.
I have no more questions. Thank you for your patience.
All right, Mr. Mason.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Nina, for that information. I really appreciate it. I was fortunate enough to serve on the Animal Services Board with y'all in the first year. And yes, we did think Lamar Dixon was the answer, and I remember that diligently. So this property that we're looking at obviously came in at a discount, which is fantastic. Obviously, nobody wants to pay $1 million for, you know, a property that has a lot of wetlands. So when the administration was involved with you guys, they reported back to us that the budget for the land was $500,000 initially. That was what was Animal Service Board was recommending, $500,000 to buy the land.
That would be ideal.
Yes.
Yes.
So, and Mr. Lawler actually showed me a few properties that were out of the $500,000 range, that the horse farm being one of them was $625. And so that's why we shot that down, because we thought it was out of the budget. Well, obviously the budget's a little bit higher now. And it's because, like Marin pointed out earlier in the budget meeting with Ms. Dawn's presentation, we're getting a lot more money from the taxes than we thought. So my question is, if we have more money and the land now is obviously, the price range is a little bit higher than 500,000, well, why can't we go look for other properties then without any wetlands at all? And maybe now that we know that the price is 750, 800, 850, I mean, if we're up here in these kind of numbers, I think it would behoove us a little bit more to send our real estate agent out and say, okay, here's your new budget. Let's go out and find that. And maybe we can get the administration back involved. Because you said earlier you were wondering why the parish president didn't come to you guys. Well, if you recall correctly, a few members of this council actually asked the administration to step out of the process. So that's why he didn't give his feedback to y'all, because he didn't think it was welcomed.
Well,
And I'm not saying-
Cinnamon's our new contact.
I understand,
Okay.
but it was Ruth, and now it's not. And so they felt that they had to take a step back because we removed Ruth from the process. And he put it out there, and he did. He probably could have given it to Cinnamon, but he chose his route, and that's the way he went with it. So I would like to personally kind of just see if we can explore just a few more properties now that we have a different budget. Let our real estate agent do what they do. And if this is still the property, I'm down. I'm A-okay with it. But we obviously know the Lamandola property is not going to work and the one in Weber City is not going to work. That doesn't mean there's not other ones now with a new budget. So that's my recommendation, and that's what I would ask for us to just kind of consider. And thank you very much.
Well, can I respond? This spreadsheet did have a lot of other more expensive properties on it and they didn't work for different reasons, mainly, you know, flood. Honestly, the main issue was they were next to housing. They were next to neighborhoods, not just a couple houses, but neighborhoods. That was the biggest issue, was neighborhoods, and then also the flood area. It might have backed up, most of them backed up to some type of bayou. So there were a lot of other price points on there. They did not work out for other reasons.
But I was saying, like, now that if we can give a realtor that information, say no neighborhoods, no flood, 750,000, he might be able to find some more without any wetland issues. But we don't know because we haven't given that opportunity.
Yeah, but there aren't any wetland issues on the front of the property that we want to build on this property.
Correct, on the front, correct.
So it kind of, I don't see
Well,
what
we
the
can't do
problem
anything
is.
else with the rest of
I
it.
know. All right.
Anyway, I'm done. Thank you, sorry.
Mr. Canalati.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been involved in this, we all have, for, like I said, 2 years. We went to a public meeting, the administration's representative came to us and said, there's no property available. Everything's either flooding or it's in the neighborhoods or whatever. The first property that was proposed to this council was off of Highway 44, backed up to an apartment complex, a major subdivision, and a lot of commercial development. And this council shot it down. They said, no, you can't put it there. And they said, well, this is good traffic, it's good exposure, but it's not realistic for the needs, and what a shelter should be, in our opinion. So we told them to go back and continue to look. Property, and then I think the press release from the administration opened the doors, and a lot of people came with properties. And some of them, we put a deadline on it. Matter of fact, after the deadline, when we got, I think it was 15 or 16 properties, we had some call after that, and we said, no, if nothing develops here, we'll come back to you. So we narrowed it down to this property. I don't know Mr. Keller. I talked to him on the phone one time, and he said, look, I'm an animal lover. I want this to work. He said, whatever it appraises for, we'll cut a deal. You know,
And he did.
Appraisal $1,045,000, and he wants to sell it for $840,000. That's $205,000 under, the appraised value. They talk about wetlands. American shelter planners said, we can put it over here on this corner. There won't be any issues for wetlands. Isn't that correct? So if we don't, If
Well,
we
we
do
just
that,
need 5 acres, so the rest of it's just,
the property's 8-point-something acres, the 5 acres where we could put this.
No, whoa.
it would,
I have the floor, please.
You do.
And so we're getting $1 million piece of property for $840,000. We got $205,000 savings. And if there happens to be any wetlands mitigation, Elo said potentially 50,000 to 180,000. We saved 205,000. And we're getting 3 acres that we can use for something else down the road, or expansion a dog park, or something that we can develop to enhance animal services. So I don't follow the logic of saying no due diligence was done. I disagree with that. I think all the due diligence necessary was done. And that if we pass on this, Kara's House, Animal Services Board, citizens of Ascension Parish are being put off again. It's time to get the land and get this shelter going. Thank you.
I agree.
Mr. White is back.
Yeah, thank you all. Yeah, so I just want to, when we talk about due diligence, we were here, when was it? Was it March, the first property? So
February.
February.
The Highway
Thank
44
you.
property.
Yeah, so I guess I'm confused at that time. I mean, I've been handed, somebody said, I think Ms. Brenda said it, but you said this property's been sitting there for a while and it hadn't been bought. Well, that property had sat there for a while and not been bought. Look at the real estate sign on it. It's about to fall down. There's wetlands on that property, and no one asked that question last time. And to be frank, we got yelled at for not buying it. So when you talk about due diligence, let's be consistent. That last property, I mean, you guys yelled at us for not buying. We got yelled at by the animal board and their supporters for not buying it. There's an entire wetland sitting on that property that no one mentioned. We were never given a budget during that meeting when the administration was involved. So I'm good either way y'all want it. You were at that meeting, Ms. Teresa. You were at that meeting when we were talked about not buying it. Okay, well, this conversation was not had. You talk about why are we rushing it? We were rushed last time, and you guys weren't there, and I wish you would have been, because we were rushed into buying a piece of property that we were told was the only piece of property. So either way, I mean, I'm going to be off the council, so I mean, I'm good with deferring it if you want to, but I just want to address those comments. We're not rushing into anything. We were rushed last time when we were told 5 days prior that this piece of property had to be bought. It was going to go off the market. It had been in the market for 5-6 years during that last meeting. I mean, anybody can correct me if I'm wrong.
We didn't say that. I never said that.
You aren't there, Clint.
All right, just
I'm
want to
not
make sure. I don't know who said it
you-
then. Who
He
said
was
that?
saying Ruth was there, so I'm not saying you said it. I'm just saying that the person that was in charge of it in your administration told us there was no other properties, and we had to hurry up and buy it.
To fit within the $500,000 range.
Well, it was $550.
Yeah.
But the wetlands were not considered. That piece, I have a document that shows that entire property is full of wetlands, and it was never mentioned during our proceedings. So I don't know why that
I'm gonna wait
was.
for my turn to talk.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lawler?
Yeah, I was just gonna mention the wetlands, that there were 3 acres in the back. We're getting that gratis. And it's not, that's not something we ever have to use. In fact, if you look at the map, there are all kind of woods around it. It'd be fantastic if later on the parish could buy the rest of the wetlands and just preserve them as wetlands and do something like they used to have in New Orleans, like a little nature trail. Put a wood nature trail through it where kids can go explore it. We've got a park across the street from there, the dog park and the little basketball courts all over there. We could figure out a way to use that eventually and keep it as wetlands, which would be fantastic if we could buy that surrounding area. Just something to look at. We don't have to go tear up those wetlands in the back. We can preserve those 3 acres, and use that as a tool to create like a little wetlands park back there, which I think would be, fantastic for the area. There are all kind of good ideas that we could do with it.
All right,
So I'll make a motion that we.
Look, I do have,
Purchase.
Ms. Teresa Robert, you want to speak on this? Okay.
Just got that.
I really did not intend to speak, but I really felt like I needed to. Thank you. I think I'd like to address y'all and just ask you, as our present councilman, to please consider letting the next council handle this. I agree with some of what everybody said tonight. I think Dow, last time it was rushed. I think Mr. Cognolotti, you were talking about various reasons, although I think there are more reasons that that didn't happen. We know right now we have over 200 dogs in the facility right here, and we're building a facility with 80 kennels. I mean, although, and I'm not, look, I appreciate this director and this board and the things they've done and the architecture, and I was so impressed when I went to that meeting, because I am not per se an animal person. I like animals, but that's not my calling. And I just ask y'all to please consider just stepping back. They have been waiting for years. No one's saying this property is an absolute no, but people really do, people in this group, and I'm not part of this group, they're like, do y'all realize y'all have like 75 volunteers that have volunteered for years and go in there and take care of these animals, and they do all these things, and then you have a board, and you have a place, you have all these, probably 100 and something people. And I keep hearing, I'll say, when y'all have a meeting, and you really, if you had that one meeting, I would encourage you to have a meeting, have a public meeting, where you can come in, or the new council can come in. No, but I'm saying with the people who work there, where it's not rushed. Like when you said, when you came to that meeting, it's like everybody's hitting heads. Let's don't hit heads. Let's do something right for this community. I know y'all have tried to do that. I believe in my heart everybody tries to do that. Let's do this right. Let's get the right piece of property. Let's make sure when we're doing the design, it's built for now and some years ahead, not like our school system falls through the cracks here. Of course, I mean, because we build schools, and by the time they're built, they're exploding, they're putting buildings. I just ask everybody just to sit back and please consider, let's do this as a community together. And I know there are a number of other people besides me who are not real animal people, and they're fooling with them like animals. But we'd like to be part of the process, and I really think it's missing from this. Nobody's fault. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair, some point in time.
Okay.
Mr. Robert, you brought up a good point about building for the future. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna let him go. We've all spoke several times. I was gonna give him, Mr. President.
Thank you. So, I think this would be very similar to the sewer deal of 2019, of which the choice was made. Do we rush it and make decision before the new council and new administration get to come in and work that deal? And we did. We delayed it. And we came out with a solution where it was unanimous with this council and unanimous with the administration to sell our sewer assets, and we were successful in going to the ballot to do it together. This is no different. The administration has not been involved in any of this. We were instructed at the time to look at properties at $500,000, and that's what we did. We did not look at properties above that amount. And we found one, and y'all turned it down, which is great. Okay, fine, that's not a problem. But not having the council and administration working on this project, because it will be reliant upon us, this administration, to make it work. And that's a fact. There is no way around it, not a single way around that fact. And we are not working on this together. We have not received a letter from the Corps of Engineers about this wetlands and the state of it or anything else. And why are we buying wetlands? If we should just be buying where the facility is then and getting a reduced price for it. So there is a lot of concerns. If we reached out to DOTD, if we've done traffic studies, if we've done anything we require everybody else to do that? No, we haven't. And so, yes, I'll put out a statement because I'm in it. And when I do that, I think of it. I think very carefully what I'm doing. And I want to thank Cinnamon and your team for all your hard work, Cinnamon. Thank you. And I want to thank that animal board and Kara's House for all their hard work. And I want to thank this council because that work does not go wasted. It does not. We will use every single bit of that information and that work to allow the council to come in and just over 2 months, nothing's going to happen. Zero. Nothing is going to happen over the next 2.5 months. Nothing. Zero. No animals are going to die. No, the world's not going to end. Nothing. But what you'll have is the opportunity for us to take all this work and set in a new council and make a definitive decision together and work together, and so that we have the best property, and it may be this one. It may be. This new council could say, listen, Clint, this is it. We've looked at it all, and this is it. But we will have been working together to ensure the success of this project. And that's what it comes down to. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lawler?
Yeah, Mr. Roby, I want to mention, you mentioned something really important about making sure this new shelter can withstand the future. You know what I'm saying? Can have more animals. That's one of the things. Look, we've talked to the Animal Services Board. I've talked to them. I've talked to the architects. Kind of like they did with the new courthouse, is one of the instructions is to build it to prepare for expansion. And that's what they've designed. So we'll have walls in it where you have like plug outs for electricity, water, everything that goes with expanding. So those are the things that are being thought of, and those are the things that the new council will handle. This is just about buying the property so we can start on that process. But I assure you, those are the things that are important. We don't want to build a shelter that is built for today's population when we've got more dogs and cats coming. So that's, believe me, that is important. So that, I don't want you to think that that's not being heard and it's not being thought about. Please, nothing's been shoved down anybody's throat. We've been working on this for years.
Okay, we're not going to do the back and forth with the crowd.
Well, I was trying to be respectful, but nobody's shoving anything down anybody's throat. We are, you know, we didn't remove, Michael, we didn't remove the administration. That's not accurate. No, we asked for one, no, Michael, we asked for one person to be changed.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I just want it to be accurate. It was just, we welcomed the administration's involvement in it. We just wanted a change in personalities in there because we thought that could really help, and it did. We've progressed very rapidly. Y'all have done a good job. We're glad to have your input on this, and you know we welcome it. I still think when it comes down to it, this is going to be the best property, and I hate to wait because one of the hard parts on all this is this millage was passed years ago, and nothing's happened. And how do you look at a public that voted for it and tell them that, yeah, we're taking your money and just sitting on it? That's a shame. And it's, in fact, it's become financially a problem. Because if you look at building costs and interest rates, well, interest rates don't really apply, they do apply here. It's become a real problem that we've waited this long. So it's just a shame we can't fix that. But I'd like to see us get moving sooner rather than later for those volunteers.
All right. Everyone had their time. I'm going to say my piece, and I'm going to just make it quick. Same thing I said last meeting. This has been my favorite piece of property, and right until we got the appraisal and everything back. So the last update we got from our animal shelters, right, was anywhere between $8 to $10 million to build the animal shelter. So right now we have, Mr. Goldsmith, you might have to correct me. I think we got 1.7 million in the animal services construction fund, and another 2.7 million in the animal services special revenue fund. That's so roughly 4.4 million. We're almost halfway through the tax. We got 4.4 million saved up. So I'm genuinely concerned because I'm actually, sticking around here for a while, is that talking about running out of money, right? On the last council meeting, on our packet for this, right, it told us best case was $8 million before we bought the land. If we spend another $1 million, we're $9 million deep right? And let's just say at 1.95 million this year, if we do that for another 5 years, right, we're looking at another 7-8 million. I think we're spending 600,000-700,000 between Kara's house and salaries, right, for animal services that the parish still, right, and that's a big misconception with the millage we have. This millage is not just for an animal shelter; it's for the everyday data operations, what we pay Kara's house, and then we try our best to save as much money as we can each year to put in this fund. So I'm just concerned that we're going to run out of money. I mean, what if the millage is not re-upped in 5 years, right? So we've collected $20 million. We've spent $10-12 million on this, and that's another parish building that we have to upkeep. Love everything else about it. I can tell the public without a doubt that a lot of due diligence, the Animal Services Board, Ms. Nina and all them, I love everything about it until all the dollars started adding up. So that's my reservations. Mr. Wackersback, you'd like to speak again?
Yeah, no, so all that is great. It would have been great to hear a budget, know what this, I feel like before tonight, we've not heard any of what you just said. So thank you for sharing that. Yeah, look, I'm okay to defer it to the next council, but, I would ask for the public that the administration, the animal board, put together a budget and show the public. Ask for public input. You're right, we haven't done that. Where's the animal workers nest? But that's nothing that we were against, or, we were not against that. I mean, we figure in the background, administration, them are working together. I don't know, look, defer it, let the next council, that's fine with me. I mean, but you gotta have some kind of plan and budgeting presented to the next council. Do them a favor. Give them all the information. I mean, we're working on half the information, and I'm not talking bad about the animal board.
Approach your microphone.
Microphone. Yeah, I know you have something to say, so come on up and say it.
Tell me, introduce himself.
Assessment
Can you
done.
introduce yourself?
I'm Darren Shaw, and I'm on the Animal Services Board.
Okay.
We had a needs assessment done by Shelter Planners of America. It was presented to the council and the public. All that information is available. Our Animal Services Board meetings are public. Anybody can come. Even when it was on Zoom, there was a public link. Anybody can come to it anytime they want. Any information they want, it's there. And we're available if you have questions, if the public has questions. But yeah, a budget has been presented. In fact, several different options. A low and a high and a medium.
Right, it was 8,
Yeah.
9, and 10 million.
Yeah. So, I mean, all that was presented.
Okay, well, my apologies. So I would just go further to say, look, if you want to defer to the next council, do so. But for the animal services and all the people that voted for the tax, it should be on the second meeting in January, and all the answers and all the things we've asked for tonight, they should be brought to that meeting. You guys are involved already, Pam, Todd, Blaine. If I forgot somebody, I'm sorry. Brett, I'm sorry. Sorry, Brett. So, you guys have the opportunity to get a head start on this, right? It's a hot topic that the people that have voted for this want it. Why not hit the ground running, spend the next couple months if we got to get a couple other properties for it. But look at the wetlands, get the right ruling on that. But, do it in the first quarter of next year. Don't be 12 months down the road again and we're just wasting money on a facility that's dying. So, well, then that's fine with me. I'm fine with deferring it.
No, like those prices.
I'll make a motion to defer it.
Did Aaron make a motion earlier?
Anybody have a motion?
No, that's fine. If I did, I'll withdraw it.
All right, so we have a motion for Mr. Wackersback to defer.
So I want to make sure, don't take this property off the table, because I still believe it's a good property. But just to defer thank you, Joe. So just to defer, I guess I don't know how you make the motion. I mean, I think you need to make sure there's a meeting in January or February that revisits this and a decision be made with the new council. I mean, you guys, they're gonna know it's coming at them, have all the information ready for them.
Or can we have that information at a December meeting? You know, like, all these properties, apparently there are more properties out there that we're not aware of. Have our agent, I mean, look, Darren knows, I mean, there really aren't, but that's okay. But bring some properties to us in December that we're not gonna vote on, but they can all hit the ground running, that they're out there.
That's a good
that
idea.
We don't have to wait for it.
Instead of letting it lie for 3 months,
Yeah.
why don't we have an item on the next meeting here, not Donaldsonville, have it on the next meeting here to review some properties, maybe review the budget, you know, put it in front of these guys. So I'm kind of putting you on the hook. Y'all got to come to the next meeting. So that's my motion.
All right, I have a second from Mr. Robert. Motion by Mr. Wagasback for some potential properties via the real estate agent for the next Gonzalez meeting.
An item for discussion.
An item for discussion.
And I'd say during that, you know, we're allowed, maybe we should, everything should be captured that we talked about tonight, and that should be talked about next meeting. Let's keep the discussion going so that it doesn't die and just sit in the dark for 3 months and then pop up in January.
Well, we can't hold meetings, the council.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
We don't do that. You can answer that, I don't know.
Well,
No, the council doesn't have that authority.
yeah, all right, we can just,
Just my knowledge, Aaron, look, understand what I'm saying? For the benefit of the public.
I agree, but we don't have that authority. That's the administration has that authority.
I'm asking you, for the benefit
all
of
right.
the public, to have a stakeholder engagement meeting.
Let Ms. Polly, that's, okay.
Chase, I'd be happy to comment.
All right, but look, I'm telling you, no more talking from the crowd. It just, it's absolute chaos. It's hard to manage. All right, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chair. So listen, we'll re-engage the Animal Service Board. We will have public stakeholder meetings. We will get re-engaged on some of the properties that we were looked at before we were pulled out. And so, yes, we'll work the budget. We'll get it worked together and try to get all this information over the next couple months so that the new council can pull the trigger and have all the information. And so, yes, I'm hoping to make this decision in the first quarter of next year. And then we're purchasing, and we're on to way to design and construction. This is not being delayed by 12 months under any circumstance. None, zero whatsoever, none. And so I want this done as bad as anybody. But it needs to be done correctly. And it needs all parties involved, all of them, including the administration. So we will re-engage, and we'll get this process going and started. And then hopefully we'll get the information out to everybody, including this council and everybody. And then first quarter, hopefully this new council will, and answer any questions they have, we'll make that decision to purchase a property. If it's this one, good. If it's another one, okay, and that's okay. And then we will be on the process working together to ensure that this facility is getting built, and we handle the budget concerns that the chair has, and we figure it out together. And that is the goal. We figure it out together. And so, yes, we're going to get engaged, and we're going to make this happen.
Okay. All right, I have more comments. Mr. Wagasback.
Go ahead. Who was first?
You.
Oh, I would just ask, I mean, as we talk about wetlands and it wasn't mentioned in the first property, let's make sure we have some bullet points that give us, not us, give them clear direction on what's acceptable and what's not. Let's make sure we put that in writing, because otherwise we'll be 3 months down the road and we'll be skirting a gray area where, oh, well, this one's okay. Let's put some guidelines around it.
Ms. Catalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that the original property proposed in February on Highway 44 across from Lowe's is out of the question. Good, thank you.
Ms. Casso.
Yeah, I have to say this. I mean, we have new council members that'll be here in January, and I hope that neither they nor anyone in the crowd ever stands at a podium to them and says, you're just doing this, but it smells bad. Implying that some kind of shady deal is going on. I hope what you have seen through all the testimony here tonight about what has been done over the last several years, that you will know that there's been a lot of effort made. And there are going to be times when you go to make a decision that I sincerely hope nobody stands at a podium and tells you that it smells bad. It's insulting. And it's often untrue. And I hope that you know that no one here has conspired to buy a piece of property anywhere. That's just not what has happened. You're going to know that because you're going to have that experience. And I wish you better luck than we've had from time to time. I hope that you have a great opportunity in January to find a piece of property. And I promise you, you're going to choose the one that's the right one. You're not going to choose something that smells bad. And I assure you, had you chosen this one tonight, it didn't smell bad, because the due diligence had been done. But out of courtesy to you, I have no issue with postponing this, haven't had any at all. I mean, I'm happy for you to have that responsibility. And I honestly am happy for you to have it. And I hope that the public and that your fellow members of your council will be better to you than sometimes we are to each other. And I want to publicly apologize to Mr. Robert for saying something inappropriate to him earlier. I hope he'll accept my apology. But there's a lot of passion around issues that happen in this parish, and you folks are going to learn about that. And I wish you the best of luck. God bless you. And congratulations.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion from Mr. Wagasback and a second by, I don't remember, Mr. Robert. Okay, any objection? Hearing none, so moved. All right, so we still got 14 items, so we're gonna take a 10-minute recess.
We're going to need another cookie.
Hey.
think so too. I had a salad today and a monster.
I'll help you. I had
I went to salad station. I make my own.
Tag.
John.
Hey,
Johnny.
you can't hear. You gotta hit the mic.
Come on.
He can't, I'm just stating the fact, he can't.
I can't hear either.
Did that just happen?
Yep.
Go sit down, we can get started.
Are we back on, John?
Yes, sir, you good to go.
Okay. All right, we are reconvened. All right, agenda item number 10, introduction of ordinances. 10A, introduction of ordinance to amend Ascension Parish zoning map from medium intensity residential to mixed use 2.
Motion introduced.
Have a motion introduced by Ms. Casso. 10B, introduction of ordinance to amend Ascension Parish zoning map from conservation and medium industrial to mixed use corridor, light industrial, medium industrial, and heavy industrial.
Motion introduced.
Motion introduced by Mr. Lawler. 10C, introduction of ordinance to create reporting requirements of the parish attorney to the council.
Motion introduced.
Motion introduced by Mr. Lawler. 10D, introduction of an ordinance to comply with Louisiana RS 18-532.1, authorizing Ascension Parish government to reestablish certain precinct boundaries in order to comply with applicable law regarding the results of the 2023 precinct surveys and to assign polling locations for precincts within Ascension Parish.
Motion introduced.
We got a motion by Mr. Wagasback. He got that one. All right. Public hearing ordinances. 11A, reading of an ordinance to revoke and set aside the dedication of a 20-foot waterline servitude of the attached survey of a portion of the Monroe Plantation and to declare said servitude abandoned. Mr. Dupatti.
Purpose to revoke and set aside the dedication of a 20-foot waterline servitude on the tax survey of a portion of the Monroe Plantation, declare said servitude abandoned, whereas the survey of parcel 1 and parcel 2, a portion of the Monroe Plantation, shows the existence of a 20-foot waterline servitude that was dedicated to the parish of Ascension on the 12th day of September 1986, and whereas the said waterline has been abandoned and terminated by the parish of Ascension, and whereas pursuant to the agreement dated September 12th, 1986, upon abandonment of the waterline, the parish of Ascension agreed to execute a proper recordable instrument evidence in such termination. Now therefore be it ordained by the parish, Ascension Parish Council, that it hereby revokes the 20-foot waterline servitude as shown on the survey of parcel 1 and parcel 2, a portion of the Monroe Plantation attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, and declare said servitude abandoned. Repeal all ordinances, parts of ordinances in conflict herewith are hereby henceforth repealed. Severability. If any provision of this ordinance is held to be invalid, such invalidity shall not affect other provisions herein, which can be given effect without the invalid provisions, and to the end, the provisions of this ordinance are hereby declared to be severable with effective date. This ordinance shall be in full effect 15 days after adoption. This ordinance having been submitted to vote, the vote down was as follows.
Motion to open the public hearing by Mr. Robert, a second by Mr. Cagnolati.
Close public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing by Mr. Lawler, a second by Mr. Cagnolati. Motion to move the ordinance by Mr. Mason, a second by Mr. Lawler. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. 11D, reading of an ordinance to amend an ordinance to update Ascension Parish governing classification pay by updating one position from application specialist 120 to application specialist 118 and application specialist 2 in technology to establish career progression, updating one labor grade for assistant director of recreation from 117 to 122, adding one new senior level position of applications specialist senior 122 in technology, adding one new position in data analytics of GIS administrator 120, and adding one new position in the HR department of assistant safety officer. Mr. Kenneth.
Purpose to amend an ordinance adopted on May 18, 2023, amending section 16.1 of the Ascension Parish Code of Ordinances adopted by the Ascension Parish Council on June 20, 1996, adopting a pay classification plan to add to positions of application specialist 1 and 2, senior application specialist, assistant director, recreation, GIS administrator, assistant safety officer. Whereas the parish of Ascension, through the Ascension Parish Council, under lawful session, passed an ordinance adopting an official pay classification plan, and whereas the original ordinance established a uniform system for reimbursing, promoting, and classifying Ascension Parish personnel, And whereas the plan was last amended on May 18th, 2023, and needs further revision, and whereas the Human Resources Director has prepared a revision to the pay classification plan, and whereas the parish president has accepted the revised plan and proposed the revision to the parish council for review, now therefore be it ordained that Ascension Parish Council does hereby authorize the amendment of the pay classification plan attached as Exhibit A, proposed by the Human Resources Department and submitted by the parish president, and the positions of the applications, Specialist 1 and 2, Senior Application Specialist, Assistant Director Recreation, GIS Administrator, Assistant Safety Officer. Effective, this ordinance shall be in full effect as permitted by law. The ordinance has been submitted to a vote. The vote thereon as follows.
Motion to open public hearing by Mr. Robert, a second by Mr. Cagnolati.
Close public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing by Mr. Lawler, a second by Mr. Mason.
Motion to move the ordinance.
Motion to move the ordinance by Mr. Lawler, second by Mr. Mason.
One question.
Yep, Ms. Casso.
Lucy, we talked the night we introduced this initially. This, you have thoroughly evaluated everybody else's positions. This is not going to have an adverse impact on those people sitting in those positions today. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, any objections? Hearing none, so moved. All right, 11G, reading of an ordinance to acquire immovable property, parcel number 200398818, lot 11-A-2, 8.09 acres, section 12, T10S, R3E, SED, property located at LA Highway 941, Gonzales. Mr. Kenneth.
Parish government to purchase a parcel of movable property, lot 11A2, 8.09 acres, for the purchase price of $300,000. Be it ordained, the Ascension Parish Governing Authority authorizes the purchase of a parcel of property situated in the parish of Ascension, more fully described as follows. Parcel number 200398818, lot 11A2, 8.09 acres, section 12, township 10S, range 3E, southeast ED, property located on Louisiana Highway 941, Gonzales, Louisiana 70737. This ordinance is being adopted in conformity with Section 601 of the Ascension Parish Charter. The purchase of the property is subject to approval by the parish attorney and contingent upon the seller being able to deliver a merchantable title. Clint Claymore, parish president, is authorized to sign all necessary documents on behalf of the parish and Ascension Parish Council on Aging. The purchase of this property will be in conjunction with a memorandum of understanding between the Ascension Parish government and the developer of the Conway subdivision. This ordinance has been submitted to a vote. The vote thereon as follows.
Motion to open public hearing by Mr. Robert, a second by Mr. Mason. Motion to close by Ms. Casso, a second by Mr. Cagnolati. Motion to move the ordinance by Mr. Mason, a second by Mr. Wagasback. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. 12A, I have a motion by Mr. Mason to enter executive session, a second by Mr. Cagnolati. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so moved. We have to actually vote?
Yeah.
No. There's no objection.
We always do.
Do we have to vote? All right.
Delay it so you can watch the game.
All right, close enough.
Motion to reconvene.
All right. Motion to reconvene in a second. We are reconvened. Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to uphold the review board's decision.
Okay, I have a motion to uphold the employee, punishment.
Yep.
Do I have a second? I'll second. Is there any objection? All right, we have objection. So yes is to uphold, no is to overturn. If everyone would please vote. I'm not seeing any results. Mr. Jarris? And just, all right, so it is 6 yeas to 2 nays, so we do not have 2/3. So the suspension will be upheld.
Motion to enter.
Chairman Malonson.
Yes.
You needed 6 yeas.
Huh?
You had 6 yeas. You got 2/3 present. If it's 8 present, you need 6.
The motion was to uphold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we have 6 votes to uphold. You needed 6 votes to overturn. So, the suspension is upheld. 12B, executive session for Demco. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Mason, a second by Mr. Cagnalotti. If everyone would please vote. We need 6 votes to go in it. I'll give somebody $100 to vote no.
It won't matter.
I have a motion to reconvene by Mr. Catalati, a second by Mr. Mason.
I'll make a motion to approve settlement.
I have a motion by Mr. Lawler to approve the settlement with Demco, a second by Mr. Mason. Any objection? Hearing none, approve.
Motion.
I got 6 motions to adjourn. Pick which one you want, Ms. McKee. We are adjourned.